Hello friends, in this video I'll teach you everything you need to know about Django by creating this beautiful responsive blog. So after this video you will be able to create your own website using Django even if you have never used Django in your life. So in this video I'll teach you everything from basics to advanced you need to know about Django. I'll explain you every piece of code I'll write in this course. So after this video you'll understand almost everything about Django and you will be able to write your own code and make your desired app. So let's go ahead and see what we will learn in this video. So in this course we will learn how to create a project with Django, how to create an app with Django. We will understand what are Django views, Django models, and we will cover everything about Django templates. Then we will learn how to configure and use the most beautiful and famous Django admin. So we'll cover everything about Django admin also. Then we will create a beautiful employees management app in which we will learn how to create, read, update and delete data, so a complete CRUD functionality. We will learn the most used Django variables, Django tags, statements, loops, and also we will cover everything about Django query sets. So as you see, we have a lot to learn. So without wasting the time, let's start coding. So before installing Django, we need to install the Python because Django is a Python framework. So that's why we need to type here inside browser Python, or you can directly go to python.org and from here you can click on downloads. Then it will automatically detect the version of your operating system. Mine is macOS, so that's why it's saying download the latest version for macOS. For you it may be Windows or Linux. So after that you have to click on this button here and it will start installing the Python for you. Now I have already installed Python, so I don't need to repeat this again, but before continuing this project, please go ahead and download this. And after this, what we need is a code editor. As usual, for this project I'll also use the vscode because Visual Studio Code is very famous and also standard nowadays. If you follow any kind of YouTube tutorial, you will see that they are using the VS Code. But if you prefer any kind of other code editor, go ahead and use this one. If you want to use Sublime, Atom or any other, so go ahead, just install that one for you. But as I said, as it's standard, so I'll be using the VS Code for my all projects. And also there are many extensions of VS Code which we can use for coding, and it will make our process of coding very faster. With that being said, so let's go and start installing the Django. Now first of all you go here and open a new terminal. Now it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Now as you see, it has already detected the folder I'm using, which is Learn Django. So go ahead and give a name for your project also. You can call it whatever you want. And inside this, then we will install all the Django packages. But before installing the Django, please go ahead and check if your Python is already installed. So I'll type here Python 3 -- version, and this will show the version of Python for me, which means that the Python 3 is installed inside my operating system. So now I am ready to install the Django. Now I clear the terminal, and after this we will need to create a virtual environment. So it is suggested to have a dedicated virtual environment for each Django project, because if you use a virtual environment and later on you update your Python version or your Django version, then it will create no problem. So that's why we will be using also the virtual environment. For this we don't need to do anything fancy. Now for this, just you'll type Python 3 and also -m, which is make virtual environment. Now the venv is already included inside the Python, so you don't need to install any package for this. So I'll say Python 3 -m, so make virtual environment, and then we give it a virtual environment name. So name this also as your project is. For example, for this one, I'll say learn Django because we want to learn Django in this environment. So that's why I'll call this like that. Now after this, you'll just press the enter and it will install or make a virtual environment for you. Now we can see anything, but here inside this learn Django project, you can see there's another folder of learn Django, and you don't need any kind of settings here. You can leave this just as it is, and we just don't touch this one until if we need something different maybe, but normally we really don't need to touch anything here. So I'll let this just as it is. So now to use the virtual environment, we have to activate this. Now to activate this, we need to type some command. If you are inside Windows, you will type the name of your virtual environment. In my case, it is Django. So you will type learn Django and you will give the backslash. And after this, you will type scripts and then again a backslash. And also then here you will type activate.bat. And then press enter and it will activate for you. Now as I am inside the macOS, so that's why I have to use other commands. For me it will be source and the name of the virtual environment, which is learn Django. So source learn Django, and here I'll say / not backslash like Windows, and here I'll say pin activate. So enter, and as you see it is activated. So you should see something like this all the time you are using this project in which you are using your virtual environment. If you don't see something like this, then it means you are not inside your virtual environment. Now as we are inside our virtual environment, so let's go ahead and install Django. For this we will type python -m, and then we will use the package manager of Python, which is pip, and we'll say install. What we want to install? We want to install the Django, and that's it. If we press enter, it will install the Django for us. But if you are inside macOS, please remember to type the version of your Python, because normally inside macOS the Python 2 is installed. Now if we use just Python, it will install the Django for Python 2, which we don't want to use because the Python 2 is deprecated. So use the Python 3. But if you are inside the Windows, don't worry about this, just type python -m pip install Django. So here I'll say python 3 -m pip install Django, and I'll press the enter. So it will start installing the Django for me. Now Django is installed for me. Now we got a warning here, and that's because we need to upgrade the pip. So you can just do this, just copy these lines from there and also press enter, and it will upgrade the pip also for you. And when it is done, we are good to go. Now let's check which Django version we are using. So it will be Django admin, and then we will type version. If we press, then you can see we are using Django 4.0.2. Now this is the version of the Django at the time of recording this video. If you're watching this video after 1 year or more, so you may have a newer version of Django, but don't worry, because the commands which I'm using on this, they are always the same. So what's next? Now we'll start to create our project. We have installed the Django and we are inside our project, but we need to create that project we want to use. Now for this we need the Django admin. Now after this, many times I would be using this command of Django admin do this, Django admin do this, because the Django admin is responsible to create our app, create our project, and everything we need for our Django. And all the commands which I will be using are just here. If you just type Django admin and press enter, you will see all the commands here. So run server, migrate, and there are lots of them. So you can just use them like this. If you forget them, don't worry, just type Django admin and you will get everything. But for now, we want to start a project, so we will use this command here. Now I'll say here Django admin. So what should it do? It should start a project for me. So let's start a project. And what's the name of the project? We have to type a name for this. So for this project, I'll say learning Django, because we are learning Django. And after this, if you put a dot, it will just create one learning Django project. If you don't put this dot, it will create two folders like this. Now let's do it without the dot so you'll see the difference. Now as you see, we got another folder and it is learning Django, but inside this we get another folder and it's also called learning Django. So it is not a good way because you are using learning Django, learn Django, and learning Django again. So it's a kind of messy. So let's just delete this one back and start the project again. But this time we'll put a dot inside this. So another tip also here, if you use the arrow keys, for example the up arrow, look, we got our all command back again. So we don't need to type this again and again. And if we press this again, you can see we typed before this Django admin, Django version, clear, and everything we did is already saved for us, so we can use this again. And if I put the down arrow, and it will get to the recent one. So this one was the last one. So here I'll put a dot and then press enter. And after this, you can see it have created a project for me, learning Django, and inside this all the files are available, but we don't get any other folder. So if you want to use that way of using the second folder, it's all up to you, but I like this way. Now let's clear the terminal because there are a lot here. So now let's understand the files inside our Django project. So first of all, we got a file which is init.py. Now init.py, inside this we don't need to create any kind of changes, because any directory with an init file is considered a Python package. So basically it means that this folder or this directory is a Python package, and that's it. And if you are a beginner of Python, please don't forget subscribe my channel, because I'll create a crash course of Python where you will learn everything about Python, and I'll explain you everything about this init.py also. And after this, we got another file which is called asgi.py, and also we have wsgi.py. Now these two files are used for web server. So inside your projects where you create your apps and you start developing, you would never need these two also, because these are used during the deployment. So for now, you can just ignore them also. So the important files for us are settings.py and urls.py. So let's understand what is settings.py. Now inside settings.py, we got the first thing, which is an import. So we are importing the path from pathlib. Now this path function is responsible to find a path from your Django project. So later on, if you build any kind of folder or subdirectory, then you can use this base directory variable and connect with your subdirectory. So this way Django will know where is the location of your new directory and it can use it very easily. Then we got a secret key. So there's a secret key in each Django project you create. So always keep this secret key, as the name says, secret in production, because it can also create some security issues if you use this or if your users get access on that. And also don't forget to make this a little longer so it will be unique for you. Then we got the debug variable. Now the debug should be always turned off in production, because if later on in your project there's any error, so the users or some hackers may get more information about your Django website. So they will get access, for example, to Django version which you are using, how you are fetching the data, and etc. In development, we need this to be true because we want to see those errors so we can debug everything. So that's why when you are using this in production, please go here and type false. So after that, you are good to go. But for now, I'll turn this on. So I'll say it is true with a capital T. So it should be true because we want to see all the errors which can occur inside our project. Now let's save this one. And after this, we got allowed hosts. Now, as the name says, allowed hosts means which hosts or which domains are allowed to use this settings file or this website. Now here you can specify your domain name or your IP address. For example, if we are using the local host, so we have to type this local host IP address here. But if you leave this just empty, it means everyone or every domain can get access to these files or this website here. So later on in production, don't forget to type your domain name and IP address here. We will also use this later on, but for now just remember that allowed hosts means which domains can access to your website, and if you put this empty, so everyone has access to this website. And then we got the most used one, which is the installed apps. Now here you can imagine your Django as your mobile phone. Inside your mobile phone you have a Play Store or an App Store where you can download many apps. It doesn't matter if you develop that app yourself or someone else. These apps are available for you and you can download them and use them. For example, if you install WhatsApp, so you can send messages and receive messages. So the WhatsApp is responsible just to send and receive messages from one user to another user. So that's why also the Django apps are responsible for one specific job. For example, if we make a blog app here, so it will be just responsible for our blog post, for our blog API, or whatever we want to use this. So this way actually Django works. Now you can also think of Django apps like components in React. For example, every component is responsible for a specific job. A card component is responsible to show us a card, and that's it. And in your mobile phone are there also some apps which are pre-installed, like your Gmail, which is responsible for sending and receiving emails. So here also we got some pre-installed apps which is you can use if you want, and if you don't want you can just delete them from here, so it will get rid of this. But for now let's understand what are those defaults and what are their jobs. The first one is the Django admin, which is responsible for the Django admin panel, which gives us a great admin interface where we can manage our users and our data. And the second one is the auth, which is responsible for our authentication, create user to log in, log out, and all the functionalities which is responsible to our authentication. And then we got the content types. The content types is responsible to take track of all our models. Now we haven't done anything with models yet, so later on in this course we will use the models a lot, so you'll understand everything about models. So for now just remember that this content types is responsible to keep track of all the models which we create inside Django. And then we got the sessions. So the session is a mechanism used by Django for keeping track of the state between the site and a particular browser. But nowadays we are not using sessions too much, but it's still available if you want to use this, because nowadays we are using the Django API and not the templates system, so that's why the session is not used that much. but you can still use this if you want. Then we got the messages app. So this is responsible for all those flash messages or flash notifications. For example, if you create a data in a website, you will see a banner occurs for a few seconds which says the data has been created. Or if you delete something, so it will occur a red banner here and says the data has been deleted. So for all those messages or notifications, this messages app is here. And then we got the static files. So the static file finds out and puts all the static files in a one location of Django, so the Django can easily then serve this to our website. Now those static files can be your images, CSS, and etc. static files which you could use for your website. Then after this we got the middleware. Now middleware is responsible for the security of your website. Now Django takes care of security of our website through this middleware, and that's why Django is very popular also because of this security. Now the security is always updated and a community of millions of people are working on it, so you don't really need to worry about security in Django unless if you as a developer create a bug inside your website, then it can be vulnerable, but otherwise it is just up to 99% secure. So this middleware, we will not touch this all the time, but sometimes if we install some third-party apps, we may need to also use their links also, but you can find this in their documentation. So for now, you can leave everything just as it is. Please don't touch anything here. Then after this, we got this root URL conf. Now root URL conf, what it does, it just finds our URLs from Django. So every URL defined for this project are here. Now for example, this admin, which we'll use in a second, then it will show us the admin panel. So after this we got the templates. So as the Django is model view template, so we have this template settings also. So with the help of this function, we will find or specify where our template is located. So we'll use this later also, so don't worry about this right now. Then we got this WSGI application. As I said, it is responsible for our web server, so we don't need to touch anything here. It will be just like that here. Then we got the database, and as you see inside this Learn Django, we got also this DB SQLite tree, because Django by default use the SQLite tree. If you don't want you to use this SQLite tree, so you have to define all the variables about your new database here inside these databases. And also, if you want to know more about the database settings, you have to just click on this link here. So I'll press the Ctrl and click this link. It will give me an overview of everything, how to use the other databases for my Django website. For example, now it's using PostgreSQL, so you have to specify the name of that, the user, the password, the host, and also the port also. And you will find every information about databases here. For example, MySQL or Oracle, whatever you want to use. Now let's go back to browser, and then after databases we got the auth password validators. So they are validators of password, so it will take care that the user use strong passwords and not weak passwords. And if they try to type some weak passwords, for example password 123, so it will warn them that it is most used or it's not a good password, and that's it. Then after this we got the language. Of course you can define the language of website, but by default you will be using all the time English because it's international. And also the time zone, it will take your time zone, so you don't need to take care of this also. Then after this, use I18N. Now this is used for the translation of the website, so if you're giving some more languages, so this should be also true. Then use time zone, so it will use the time zone for you. Then we got this static variable. You can read a lot about this also here. So static files like CSS, JavaScript and images will be stored inside this static folder. So this will be the URL for this static folder. And then after this we got default autofill, which means anytime if we create a database, so we don't need to create those foreign keys, so the Django will take care of this for us. So if we click on this and we go here, it says default primary key field type to use for models that don't have a field with primary key to true. So that's the default functionality here. So now let's go back, and that's it all about this Django settings. Now if you haven't understand many of them here yet, don't worry about this, because later on we'll be using the apps all the time, we'll be using the middleware and also these URLs, so you'll understand everything much better and it will be clear. For now it's enough if you have understand why this setting file is here and what it is responsible for. So now let's run our server to see if everything is working for us. Now for this I'll type here Python 3 if you are inside Windows, so just Python. Now for macOS you have to type the version of your Python, so I'll say Python 3 manage.py and then run server, so it will run the server for us. But here also you can specify the port of your server, because if you run this just like this, it will use the port 8000. So if for any reason you are using the port 8000 for something else, so just go ahead and change the port number here. But for now I'll just leave it as default, so press enter, and here if you press the Control or Command in Mac and click on it, it will open the Django for us. And if you see something like this, so it means everything is running and we are ready to start our app. Now let's go back to vscode, and here I'll just stop the server by pressing the Ctrl C or Command C, and after this I'll just clear the terminal here and let's start the app. So for this I'll say Django admin and I'll say start app. Just like creating a project, you say start project. For app also you will say start app and then you'll give it a name. For me, I'll call this employee because I want to make a kind of employee management in which we will learn everything about Django. So press enter, and after this you can see the folder is here created and also everything is available for us which we can use for this employee app. Now I'm not going to explain these for now because as we go to use them, I'll explain everything for you. So let's start by this views.py. So if someone is new to Django, if they hear something for views, they will think a view is like a view to see something or to show something. But it is not like that. The views.py is actually a request handler. And here inside this views.py there will be a lots of Python functions which will return an HTTP response. So a user sends a request, so an HTTP request, and in response of their request we will give some data or some HTML files, for example. Now let's see what I mean. Now here I'll import. All the time we will import something from Django. So from Django dot, now what we need from Django, I'll need an HTTP response. So I'll say from Django.http import the HTTP response for me. So here HTTP response, and after that I'll define a function here. So it will be a Python function. Now I'll call this function index. Inside this function you can pass a request parameter. So basically it takes the request of the user. Then inside this function we will return an HTTP response. So I'll say return. So what do you want to return? This will be HTTP response. Now inside this HTTP response, we can pass HTML tags or some text. So I'll pass some tag here. So I'll say h1. So we'll say hello from employee. So like this. And of course we need to close our tag. So it will be h1 and we close it and then save it. Now if we run our server again, so I'll say python manage.py run server, and it's running. And if you go back to browser, you can see there's no changes because Django doesn't know about this app yet. So what we need to do, of course we need this settings.py and install our app inside this. So here inside this installed apps, we'll put the name of our app, which is employee. But still we don't have any way to reach this request. So that's why we need some URLs for this. So for this we need to create a file ourselves and call this urls.py. And inside this urls.py, then we need to define our URL. So for this, I'll say from Django again, we need to import the URLs. So from Django.urls, I need to import first of all the path. Now the path function will define the path of this URL. And then of course we need the functions of this views. So from here I'll say from dot, which means from this employee folder, actual folder, import for me. What do we need to import? We need to import views. Now the views is imported for us, and from here we need an array here. So I'll say URL patterns, all lowercase. Please don't forget, you have to type this just like this, URL patterns, and this will be an array. Inside this array, now we can define our URLs. So I'll be using the path, and here the first will be the name of that URL. You can call it anything you want, but for now, as it's our index, so I'll leave it just exactly as it is. And after this, so what we want to return? We want to return our index function here. So views dot index. So like that. So it will go inside this views folder, and from here call this index function like this. Now we can also define a name for this. So here I'll say the name of this should be index. Now let's save it. And also like apps, we have to register our URLs also inside our main project. So that's why there's this urls.py. And inside this, now here we have to give the path of these URLs. Now let's do it. So first of all, I just want to remove these comments, but you can follow these comments also. It's introducing how to use them, but as we are using it together, so we don't need this comment now. Now here we need the include function from Django.urls. So this will give us the possibility to include this employees URLs here. Now below this, I'll say the path and give this URL a name. So I'll give it a name of employee. So it will be employee and slash. So if someone calls employee slash, it should return our URL. So for that, I'll say include, and what we want to include, of course, the URLs from employee. So that's the app name, which is employee, and like this. And from here, dot URLs. So it will go inside the employee app, and from here it will search for URLs like this, and we will save it. And after saving that, you can see everything is working. Now if we go back to browser, and here if we type employee, you can see this is the text from our employee. So let's review what actually happens. So the user comes in our domain name, and search for this employee. So the Django goes to the settings.py and search first of all inside the apps, and it find out the employee app, and after this will search for that URL. So land django.urls, it comes just here, and from here it searched for this employee tag here, for example this employee link. So if this find out any match here, it will include that. So it will search for this employee.urls. So it goes inside this employee folder, and from here it searched for this URLs. Now inside URLs we return a function which is this index. So Django comes here, and from here it sees which function is returned for that particular link, and then it goes to the views, and from here it calls this function, and in return of this function is the HTTP response which we are giving. So it can be anything. It can be a list, it can be a create, post, or whatever you want. So this request comes here. I hope this makes sense. So now we know how to give HTTP response to our users, but we will not use our HTML files like this. So for this we get something else which is called templates. Now to use the templates, we will go to our app inside this employee, for example. Now here I'll create another folder and I'll call this templates. Now remember, you have to spell this correctly, otherwise Django won't find this. Templates, and inside this I'll create our HTML file. Now here you can name it anything you want. For now I'll call this index.html. And inside this index.html, then here we can create our HTML file. So I'll use this snippet here, and if you don't have this snippet, go ahead in your extensions and search here for HTML. So it will bring you this HTML CSS snippet or support, and after this you will also get all those shortcuts. So with that being said, now let's say here some text. Now I'll say here h1 and I'll say hello from template. So like that, template, and save it. And after this, of course, we have to edit our views. So inside these views, now we need some more imports. So I'll say here from Django. Now what we are using, we want to use a template. So from Django, I'll import the template. And from Django.template, I'll import something called loader. It basically loads all those templates for us. Now for this, we will make a variable and call this template, and it will be equal to loader. So .get template, and inside this we can pass our HTML file name. In our case, it is index.html. Now here we don't use this HTTP response like that anymore, so let's remove this. Here we will say template. Now this template here we are calling this, and we'll use the render function. So dot render, and it should be a function like this, so you don't forget to use these braces here. And if we go back to browser, you can see if we refresh this, hello from template. So everything is working for us. So now we know how to use HTML files inside Django. So it opens the tons of opportunities for us. Now here we can use React, we can use the normal HTML and CSS, we can use Bootstrap, anything we want. So for this project, I'll be using Bootstrap because it's simple to implement, but you can use any kind of UI you like. If you are interested to design the UI with React and Material UI, please follow the link in the description where I have created a blog Material UI, and the backend of that will be also Django. So you will learn a lot with that too. Now with that being said, let's get started. Now here, instead of this hello template, we will use a Bootstrap template. So let's go to browser and we type here something like Bootstrap. Now Bootstrap, and I'll go here inside this, and if you want to learn Bootstrap version 5 also, soon I'm going to make a new video on this also, so don't forget to subscribe my channel. So here we'll go to examples, and you can use any example you want from here, but I'll be using something which can connect to our case. So here we will be using some employees, so I want to show all those employees inside some cards. So for this I'll need some cards and some employee. So let's use this one here. Now this is looking like a blog, but we can use these cards from here, and also we will have some title here. We won't be using everything from here, so let's go inspect this. Inside this every code is available, or you can use just the source code. So view page source, and you can copy everything from here and you'll get that design for you available. But to save the time, I have already copied this file and make some changes in this, which we'll be using in this project. So I'll just paste my code inside this HTML file here, and I'll explain you everything, so don't worry. Now first of all, we got some HTML tags here, so some meta, and then I have used the link of Bootstrap because we want to use the main.css Bootstrap. If you're not familiar with this, you can go here inside the Bootstrap, and if you go back here, you can see inside docs or in start page, you can see here you find the CDN for this. Now these links are available. You can just copy this for the CSS, copy this one for JavaScript, and after copying that, go ahead and your head of HTML just paste it here, and after that everything work for you. Now then, after these links, we got a body inside this, which we got some header. So it's about header and get some informations about this. Now I'll be removing this header also because we don't want to use any header here. So let's remove this also. And after that, I typed here employees, and this is the list of all employees in the company. And after that, we have some container. We have this class of album, and inside this I have a container, and then some row and column, and inside this column we got our cards, which says card title and description. Of course we will be using everything with Django in a minute, but for now I have created everything so we can use them later on. Now if we go back to browser and refresh this page, you can see a nice page is available for us. Now we can use this page and we will show our employees data one by one here. So let's see how to do this. Now to manage our data or work with data, we need another file. So first of all, let's close all these files from here because they're too much now. Now here inside our app, which is employee, and inside this we got another file which is called model. So a model is like a table in your database, which means a model represents every data inside your database. So let's see what I mean by that. In Django, you don't need to write any kind of SQL. We use the ORM system. Now here, for Django, to create a table, we create a class first. And then we name this class. So it will be employee for me. So we got a model of employee or a table of employee. And then we need the parentheses here. And inside this parentheses, we will be using these models. So here I'll say models dot model. So it will make this class a model for us. And then here we define the columns of our table. So for example, if I got a column which is called name, so I'll type here and say name is equal to, and then we need to use the models again. So models, and then we define the data type for this. So what will be the name? Name is a character. So here char field, and it will be also function. Inside this char field, we can define many things. For example, I can say a default. So in every column, when it's created, there should be a name of, for example, no name. But the required parameter here is the max length. So you'll say max length, and you have to define some max length here. So I'll say 255. So this long name will be enough. Now we will work a lot with this model. So for now, I'll create just a simple table so that we understand everything better. Now after this, I'll give my employees a title. So they are manager, team leader, whatever they are. So here I'll say models dot char field again because it's also characters. So here I'll say the max length of this, it should be also 255. You can define whatever you want. Now I got this and I'll save it like this. Now as you see, everything is working, but you may notice that this red text is always available and it says 18 unapplied migrations. Your project may not work properly. Now what this means? Now to use this table or create these tables inside our database, which in Django is this SQLite tree, we need to migrate these models. So it means we have to map this. We have to say to Django, we need these models, create from this model a table for us inside our database. Now inside our settings, we got this database is also here. So if you are using something else instead of this SQLite tree, go to this documentation and see how to implement everything. It's just easy. And most of the time you will need name, password, and also some port here. But for now I'll be using the SQLite tree because it's faster and we want to see the examples and learn Django here and not the database. So let's get started. Now here I'll stop the server again. So Control C. Now here, as we are creating a new model, so first of all we need to make migration. So for this we will say Python, for me it is Python 3, manage.py and make migrations. So it will be together, make migrations, and you can name it also. So it will be employee or whatever you want. So I'll say it's employee and just press the enter. Now you see it says migration is ready. Now the same way for Django admin, we are using the models of this Django admin here. So if we say migrate, it will create tables for our employee and also for this app, which is by default installed inside our migration, and also for this authentication, so we can save the user's password, so we can create the user's login, logout, and everything. So for everything, for these two, the models are also created inside their apps. So now we have to say Python 3 manage.py, and here we will say migrate. Now as you see, everything is green, but it has created many tables here, and that is not just our employee. So as you see, everything is done for us. Now let's clear this one and see if everything is working for us. But now let's understand what actually in background the models is doing, or the Django is doing for us. So if you're familiar with SQL, now the Django also do the same way. So it will say create table, and here it will say the name of the table. So for us it will be our employee table. So it will say employee underscore and employee, because we named this again the same way, employee, and then our parentheses here, and inside this it will create first one ID. So if we don't define any ID inside your model, so it will automatically create an ID field for you, so you don't need to take care of ID here. So the first field of us will be the ID, like this. Now inside this ID there will be some integer, so its ID is an integer, so I'll say it's int and should be not null, and also it will say give it a primary key, so it will make it primary key, and after this it will say it is auto increment, so like this, auto increment, and after that it will create the other fields. Now this one will be the name, so name, and here it will say it should be a varchar, and also it should be 255 characters, and also it shouldn't be null, so not null. And the same way will be also for this title, so it will be just the same thing, but the name will be title here, like this. So this SQL query will be run for us from Django, but as you see, we don't need to take care of all this from here. We just need to understand this class method of models, and after that we are good to go. Everything will be done for us in a second. So with that being said, now let's start working with our model. Now to add a data inside our tables, we can use the Django admin, or we can create our own Django forms, and also there's another way, which is manage.py shell. So we will first start with shell, and then we'll go to the other steps. Now the first one, here we'll go to this terminal and we'll cancel this, and there's some, so I'll say exit here. Now it's exit out of this. Now let's clear this, and here inside this I'll say python 3 manage.py, so, and here I'll say shell. Now as you type shell, now as you see, we are inside an interactive console where we can type the data and we can use some objects or some functionalities. Now the first thing what we need is our employee, so we need to bring this table here inside our shell. So here I'll say from, and the first thing will be the app name, so it is employee, so I'll say employee dot models. So here it will go inside this employee, and from here it will find this models. So the app name is in lowercase, so let's use this as lowercase. And also here I'll say import. What should it import? It should import this model here, which is employee. So I'll say import the employee model for me, and I enter, and it has imported. Of course in shell you can't see everything. Now here if I say employee, now the name of the model, so employee dot objects dot all. So with this function we can fetch all the data from this model. We will learn a lot about how to fetch the data and save the data, so don't worry about this right now. For now it's objects.all, and if you press enter, you'll see there's a query set of an empty array. Now a query set in Django is a collection of data from a database or from a table. So it will have some data inside this, which will be shown as an array. Now for this, here we need an object. So I'll say there's an employee. I'll say just emp is equal to, and here again we will use the model name, so it's employee. And what we want to do with this employee, so I'll use the parentheses, and I'll say the name of this will be John. So we want to save this name John inside this, and I'll put a comma here because we need this title also. So the title of this will be like manager for me. Now here I say, and don't forget to put this equal to sign. Now here I'll say he is a manager. Now John is our manager, and I'll save this, enter. Now employee is there, and we have to save this. So I'll say emp dot save, and we call the save function. And as we enter this, now the data is saved inside our database. Let's see this. Now if I go back to employee.objects.all, so now you can see we got an employee object, object1, which means there is some data inside this, but we are not seeing this because here we need to put the values also. So I'll say dot values and show me every value here. Now as you see, it has already created an ID field for us. It is the ID of 1, and then we got the name of John, and the title of this is manager. So let's add some more data. So we have some more data here. So again I'll say employees not object.all, but here we need to save the data, so this will be here, this one, and here I'll say it will be John Doe, the name, and also here's the CEO of this company. So like this, and just enter this, and we need to save this, of course. So I'll say emp dot and then save. So it will save this for me. And if we run this objects.all with values, you can see we got the John Doe here and the title of CEO for this. Now let's exit out of here and fetch this data inside our template. So for this, we'll go back to our views, and inside this, here we need to bring all the data. So as we did there, also we need to import the models just like we did in shell. So from dot, because we are in the employee folder, dot models, and here we will import what we need to import. Inside our models we got the employee model, so we import the employee model first, and after this we will fetch the data from these models. So I'll say my employees here, for example, my employees, like this, and it will be equal to, of course we need the employee model again, and I'll say dot objects dot all, and of course we'll need the values, so dot values, and it will get every data for us. And after that we will create a variable and call this also output. And then here we will say for x, so we'll run a loop here for x and my employees. So until the x is inside my employees, it should do this for me. Now I'll say output is plus equal to x, and we will be using here the name. So it will spit out all the names from this employees model or this employees table, like this. Now inside this HTTP response, for now we'll remove this template, and here I'll just say the output. Now if we save this and run the server again, of course, so I'll say python 3 manage.py, and here I'll say run server, and here if we refresh, you can see we got John and John Doe. So these two names are available for me. So now we want to use this data inside my template and not inside this browser like this. So let's see how to do this. So for this, here again we need to create some changes. Now we don't need this for anymore, so let's just remove everything from that, like this, and we need this get template, so it will be here, and below this we will create an object which we will call this a context. Now here I'll say my employees, so as the name is above, so my employees, and it will be my employees. So basically we are mapping all the data inside this context. Now inside this HTTP response, we will use again the template.render function, but this time we will put two parameters, and the first one will be the context. So we will send all the data which we are fetching here. We are fetching all this data from our model, so we will send those data inside this context, and also from this context we are sending the data to our HTML file, which is here. Now here we'll also put the request parameter, like that, and we save this. Now the data is available for us. Now let's go inside our templates and this index.html and fetch those data. So as we did before, here also we need a loop. So I'll say a for loop. Now to use any kind of loop or any kind of functionality in Django, you need these curly braces, and inside this we will put this %sign 2 times. And after that, now we can type our for loop here. So I'll say for x and where, and it was employees, so employees. So for x and my employees, it was like that. So my employees, do this for me. So now we need to end this also. So where we want to end, at the end of this column, here we will end our for loop. So I'll say again this curly braces, percentage sign, and here I'll say end for. So anything which we start, we will end this also here. So the for is end. Now inside this, we can use all the data here. Now to fetch the data, we'll use double curly braces. Now here we need this x from our for loop, so I'll say x dot name, and also inside this description we'll be using the title, so I'll say x dot title. Now like this, and we'll save this. And if we go back to browser and refresh this, as you see, we got all the data available for us. We got first one, John, and he is the manager, and the second one is John Doe, which is the CEO of us. So this easy it is to fetch the data from the database and also create those tables in Django. So you don't need to type any kind of SQL and you are good to go. So now I can understand the Django at the start looks a little difficult. But let's give it a review so you'll understand everything, and once you understand, you will never forget this and everything will be very easy for you. And please, I highly recommend you to practice everything by yourself. For every steps we are using inside this project, please pause the video and repeat everything after me. That way you will understand everything much better and you will never forget this. With that being said, let's give it a review. Now here inside this employee folder, the first thing we did, create and start app. So we said python manage.py start app, and we created this employee app. So whenever you start an app, always remember you need these 3 steps. So first one will be to create a urls.py file where we will define the URLs for this app. And after that, you have to register this app inside your settings.py. So you will go to installed apps and here type the name of your application. In our case, it's employee. And then you have to register these URLs of your app inside the project or the core URLs here. And you come here, you bring the include here, and after that you will use this path and give the URL a name, and you bring your URLs from employee. So for us it's employee, this can be your app name and your app name.urls. So the URLs of your app will be included here. So after that, Django will be able to find everything. Then after that, if you want to use the HTML files or return your users or show them some HTML pages, you have to create this folder which is called templates, and you should name this also like that. It should be templates. And after this, inside this, you will create all your HTML files which you want to return to your user. So now as you see, it is just this easy. You create your app and follow those 3-4 steps and you are good to go. Now let's create some more files so you'll understand the process much better. So yet we have created this index.html in which we are fetching some data from our database, and we have added those data to database using the shell. But we won't be using the shell all the time. So for this we need a form where we can just add all data and just click on the submit button so it will save everything for us. Let's see what I mean. So for this I'll create another HTML file. So here I'll say new file and I'll call this create page.html. So here, to understand everything better, I'll be using just a simple form of HTML and nothing fancy. So here I'll say one h2, and inside this h2 I'll just say create employee. So create employee, and below this we will create a form. So it will be a form tag of HTML, so like this. and we will just close this. Inside this form we will have a name, and the name should be an input. So we will call an input here, so input tag of HTML like this, and we'll close this. Then for the title, of course, we need another input, so here I'll use the input for title, so input again. Now I'm calling this name and title because we have used those columns inside our database, so we are working all the time with these columns here. You may have here some create date, password, and etc. So you have to mention all those columns inside your form. So now let's go back to create page, and here we need to give some more functionality. Now to use the forms inside Django, we need to put the curly braces, and inside this 2 times the percentage sign, and here inside this we'll type CSRF underscore token. Now CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. So with this tag, Django will save you or secure you from cross-site request forgeries. So always don't forget to add this after your form tag. So after starting your form tag, you have to pass this CSRF token, and after that you can put your inputs here. And of course, here to submit this data, we will need another input, and this should be a submit button here. So if a user clicks on it, so it should submit the data for us. For this, we'll need another input, and we call this submit. So input, and the type this time will be a submit. So a submit button, and the value of this, we'll call this also just submit, or we can say create, like this. So now let's close this one and save it. And after saving that, of course, we need a URL and a function to show this form to our users. For this, we know how to do this. Now we'll go to views and create a function for our create page. So I'll say here div create function. So I'll call this function just create, and it will also take this request parameter, and below this we'll define what we want to do. Now as we are doing the same thing from here, so let's just copy this template because we want to return our users an HTML file. So here again we need all those return, so I'll say here return, and it should be an HTTP response, of course. And inside this HTTP response, we'll pass again this template and dot render function. And here inside this, we'll pass an object, so 2 curly braces, where the Django will add all the data for us. So here again, we need the request, so we get the request of the user. Now for the template, we don't return this index.html, but we want to return our create page. So I'll say create page.html. So if someone calls this create function, it should return this create page.html. Great. Now let's save this one. And of course, to show this to your users, we need the URLs again. So here I'll just copy everything from above and paste it here. And here I'll say the name of this URL should be create. And also it shouldn't be views.index anymore because we have a new function here which is create. So we'll pass this create function here. So I'll say create, not there but here. So create, and the name of this also will be create. Now let's save this one, and if we go back to browser, now here we can type create. Now as you see, we got a beautiful form where we can pass some data. But now if I type some name here, for example John, and call this is manager again, and if we click this create, nothing happens. You will just see this token from Django, but nothing else is happening. Now let's see why it is happening. So for this, we'll go back to our create page. So here we have all our inputs, but still we don't have any kind of method inside this form. So first of all, we need this method tag here inside the form, because this is the HTTP method which we want to send to our server. And here we can define what it is. Is it a delete? Is it a post? So the post is used for saving the data or updating the data. So for this, we'll say post and save this. But still, we are not done yet, because if we click on the submit button, it will send a post method. But what should it send in this post method? So for this, we have to give these inputs a name. So I'll call this, the name of this input here should be the name, because we are using the name in our model. So if we go in model, we have this name and this title. We want to pass these data also here inside our inputs. So I'll go back here and say the name of this should be name and the name of the title should be title. So name and this should be title. So now we are sending the data from these inputs inside this post method. Now let's save this and type some data here and create, but still nothing happens. And the reason I'm repeating myself, because I want you to understand everything clearly. So now let's see what's actually happening. Now we see we got a method for our form, but for each form inside your HTML, you will be needing an action. So a form should be able to take an action. So that's why we got another parameter here and call this action. And inside this parameter of action, we'll pass a URL, which if the user calls this action, so if calls the submit now, it should call this action from here and it should run a function for us. So for this, of course, we need a function and we know where to declare our function. So for that, we go back to views and here we will create another function with the help of which we will save our data. So let's copy this one and just paste it here. And let's give some space also here. So now I'll say this function should be create data, and it shouldn't return any kind of HTML page for us because we want to get the request data from the user and save it inside our database. So to do this, here we have to write some logic. So here I'll be using a variable and call this data1. Now I'm using data1 or data2 so that you can understand everything better. So here we'll need the request. Which request? We will need the post request of our user. So I'll say post, and inside this post request it should fetch some name. So the name of that we have called it is name, because if we go to create.html, as you say, the name of this input is name, and the other name for the second input of this title, the name is title. So we'll be using these two names. So here inside the post there should be a name and the other one will be data2. So let's just copy this one and paste it here, and I'll say this data2. So again we will take the request of post, and this time the name of this should be title. So it will take the title and also the name from the user. Then after this we will create an object just like we did inside shell. So here I'll say new employee. You can call it anything you want, it doesn't matter. So I'll say new employee, and inside this we will use our model. Now we will give this job to our model to save the data. Now we have imported from .models, so it means from this actual directory, which is this employee. Now let's close this one. And this .models, so it goes inside this directory of our app, and from here it searched inside the model, and then we have said it should import something, so employee. So then here inside our models it searches for employee and import this for us. So now this model is available with these two columns for us, and we can use it anyhow we want. Now here I'll say the model of employee should save some data for me. So employee, and here we will use this as a function, and inside this now we can pass which data we want to save. So we got one column of name inside our table or our model. So inside this it should take this data 1. So I'll paste it here, and for the second one, which is title, and here it should take the data 2. So data 2. So it will take the data of the user, whatever they type inside that input, and save this inside our table like that. Now of course we need to save these employees, so for this we'll be using the save function of Django. So here I'll say new employee dot, now we need the save function, so I'll say save is a function, don't forget to use those parentheses. And here as you see we get some error because the indentation of Python is very important, so always remember to indent everything clearly. Now here what we need is HTTP response, but here I'll say instead of this HTTP response we want to redirect that. So if someone click that save button, so they should be redirected to another page. So that's why we need this HTTP response redirect, which we will import from our Django.html. And Django has already imported this for us, so we are good to go. But one thing else we need from Django.urls, and that is a reverse. So from Django.urls import, and here we need the reverse. Now reverse is used so it will send us to a particular function. So here I'll say reverse, and inside this you can pass which action should it call. So I'll say this index action, so that's why I'll be using here just index. So it will return the user to the index page as they save the data. So now let's save this and make the URL for this one. Now I'll go inside my URLs and I'll copy just this one and paste it here. Now instead of create, now I'll call this create data, and then we name this also as create data, but here we are not using the create function anymore, but inside our views we have created this new function which is created data. So let's use this one, and I'll say it should take from views the created or the create data function. So it will call this one. Now let's save this, and inside our action now we got a URL, so we will call that URL. So it is create data slash. So save this. Now what will happen if the user clicks this create button? It will call this URL. Now this URL is here inside our URLs. So the URLs will call this function which is inside our views, this create data function. And then the create data function, as we did everything, it will save the data inside our database. So let's see if everything is working. Now if we go back to browser, and here we'll type again. So I'll say this time Jane, and here I'll call that she is the team leader. So team leader. And now if we create the data, you can see we got some error here. Now let's see what's happening. So I have made a typo here, so let's remove this, and I have written create data, and also here we need a slash. So let's save this one. If we go back, now let's refresh this and create it. Now as you see, it have returned us to our home page, and the user is also created for us. Now it's using some braces here. Let's see what's happening. But now instead of typing the create here all the time, let's make a button here which will route us to our create file. So for this we'll go back to vscode, and here inside this html.index or index.html, Here I'll be using a link, so inside this here I think it will be better. So let's create a link, so it will be A, and I'll call this here. Inside this A will give some href, so, and the href of this should be our create form, so here this one. Now let's copy this from here, and we'll just paste this like that inside our A tag, so here, and we call this to create like this. Now save this, and if we go back, you can see there's nothing. Okay, we should go to our home page now like this, and you can see we got a create button. If we click this, so we get here, and here we can use another user, for example new user, and inside this we'll give it a title. He is a boss, so create, and as you see the users here, but still we got this braces here. So let's see what's happening. Now inside our create page there must be some problem. So now here we got this name, but it looks everything is fine here. But if we go back to our views, maybe we got some problems here. So as you see, we got a comma here, so this comma is creating this problem. Let's just save this, and here now we create another name, and I'll say test user, so test user, and here we'll give it a name, so it should be some manager again, so like that, created. And as you see, we got this test user, it's a manager, and we have no parentheses here. So now as we got this user with parentheses, so let's create a delete functionality so we can delete those records which we don't like. And here of course we need a function also for the delete. So to create this function, we'll create a Python function here, and here I'll say def, and I'll call this also delete. So the name of the function will be delete, and inside this we will be using the request, and also we need ID here, because without this ID, if we try to delete something, so we'll delete everything from database, but we want to delete just the selected data, so that's why I'll need the ID here also. Now here I'll need a variable, so I'll say delete employee, not new employee, so delete employee, and this will be equal to, now here we need the employee model again, but here we will say to get that objects of that, so the data of this employee objects dot get, and inside this get here we will pass the ID, so where the ID is equal to ID. So what basically we are doing is that select from employee where the ID of that post, the request ID, is equal to the ID of this data, of this employee data. So like that we can define which data we want to delete. Now here we need to delete this, so we say delete employee dot, just like save. Here we got another function from Django, and this is called delete. So anytime if we trigger this delete function, so it will delete that data by using its ID. So let's give some spacing here, and after this let's return the user also again inside this index page. So like this it will be the same thing. Now we'll save this. Now to use this function, of course we need the URLs, so let's create the URL for that. Now for deleting data we don't need any kind of template, because here we just want to trigger this delete function and delete the data, and we don't want to show anything to the user. So here inside this URLs we'll make another path and call this delete, and this delete here will also get parameter of an ID. So here in Django you must specify the data type of that ID, so for us it is an integer, so int, and then we will pass here the ID, so the name will be ID and it's an integer like this, and we close that. Then after that we'll put a comma here and we'll say it should trigger that views.delete function. So it will trigger the delete function of our views. So now here I'll say name of this also should be delete. Now to use this link we should create a button inside our template. Now I'll go inside index and here instead of this button of edit, so let's just copy this one and I'll use it here again, and here I'll say it will be a delete button, but instead of this button I'll be using a tag because I want to use a link here, so it will be href, and inside this href this will be also something unique because we want to use that delete and also we want here pass an ID. So how do we get that ID? Now as we are fetching every data of this my employees inside this for loop, so this way we can also use the ID of that. So we can say x.id. So here we'll put two curly braces and inside this we will define the ID. So I'll say here x.id like that. Now let's save this, and as you see we got all the data. So it's not showing that button, but if we refresh this it's here. Now I want to delete this data, so delete and it's gone, and also this one, so delete this and it's gone. So we got a delete functionality that easy for our app. So now as we know how to delete a data by its ID or based on its ID, so we can of course update the data. Here for example I have a typo here, it is John Doe with E and not W. So how to update this data here? So for this of course we need also a function here which will update our data. Now first of all we must have a form where a user can see also those data which he want to update. So let's create the template for this. So now here I'll say update page, so like this, and it will be .html, and here we will need everything from this create because we will be using the same form here. Now here instead of this create I'll say update, and then we need this link to be update data and not create data, so update data, and also the method will be post because we are updating the data. So for creating or saving and updating we will be using the method of post. And then CSRF token, of course we need this in every Django form where we use the method of post, and also we need those inputs because they are the same thing which we want to update. And also here the value, it will be update not create. So I'll save this. So now let's create a path for this so the user can see this form. So for this we will go to views. Now here instead of typing everything again, let's just copy this create from here and use this for our form also. So here I'll say this one will be update, and also here instead of this create page we will say that's update page, so update page, and the rest will be the same for now. So let's just save this, and we need the URL for this also. So let's go to URLs and we copy this from create. Now as you see, once you are ready for Django, then you can just copy paste everything. So the first time is a little bit difficult, but once you get used to it, you will love this framework. So now here I'll paste this again, and instead of this create I'll say this should be update, and here it should take our update function. Now we know how this is working, so I don't want to explain this over and over again. And here inside the browser, if we type something like update, it should bring us to this update employee. But as you see, we are inside our form, but it is looking like a create form. Now instead of this, we should have some data here which is already existing. For example, the Jane Doe should be already here and not an empty field. So let's go to views and see how to do this. Now here we will be using the ID again because every post has its own unique ID. So based on that we can show the data to the users. So here I'll say request, and also we put the ID here. And now before this template we need this also. So we are getting the data based on its ID. So here it will be update employee. So update employee, and we should indent this, and we get the ID of that employee first, which we want to update, so its data will be available for us. Now to use the data also, here we need the context again. So I'll say context is equal to an object, and inside this object we will pass our object. So here we first specify the name with which we want to fetch that data. So it can be updated employee, but you can call this also just employee or whatever you want. And then it should be mapped to this update employee. So here we will be using update employee like this, and we will pass this context also here. Now instead of this curly braces here, we'll pass the context like this and save it. And now if we go back to our update page, here we can fetch the data. So the value of this name should be available for us. So here I'll say value, and of course we need this curly braces. And here inside of this, as I named that object employee, so I'll be using employee dot name here. So this employee is coming from our view from here. So this name is which is I'm using there. So the employee dot name, and let's copy this again for the title also. So let's go here. Let's bring this down here so we can see everything. And also here we'll say dot title, so it will fetch the data based on its ID. Now let's save this, and here we haven't passed any ID inside our URL like this delete one. So let's do this also inside our URLs, and here we'll put this integer ID, so it should take also an ID like this. Now let's use this here. Now let's save this. So here now it's taking an ID, and as you see the first ID is John, and also it's a manager. Now we can update this data. So if we go back to employees, you can see that the data is here like this. Now you see the first one is this John. So we are fetching the data, but we have no option to update this. So let's put a button for updates also. So now we'll go to the index, and here just like this delete button we need an update button. So I'll be using this, and here I'll say update. Now the U must be capital, and also here we'll say update, and this ID will be the same because it is the same model and we are using the same ID, so it will be just the same thing. Now let's save this in here and refresh this, and if you click on update you can see that John is here, which we can update. And also if we try to update this John Doe, and we can update this also here. But as I said, for every form we need an action. Now we are fetching those data, and the user can see that which they want to update, for example this John Doe. But if they click here, they will get the error because we haven't created that update data function. So let's take care of this also. Now we'll go inside our views. Now the views is the collection of our all functions here. So now here we need everything from this create data again. So let's just copy this one because creating and updating data are almost the same thing. Now here we got an error. So this also because of the indentation. So let's indent this, and now it's looking good. So here also we need the request ID. So I'll pass the ID here, and we will be needing the same thing from here. So let's just copy this from here, and instead of this employee we paste this here, and new employee.save. Let's remove this from here. Now basically from the URL we will get that ID and all those data from the form, and then we will find that employee data based on its ID, which is coming from this URL. So here, after getting the data, we will replace those new data with the existing data. So for this, I'll say the updated employee. So let's copy this dot name. Now the first one is name, so dot name will be the data 1 like this, and for the second one will be title, so it will be data 2. So here I'll say title, and this should be our data 2. Now I'll call this all the time data 1, data 2, so you understand everything better. But normally we would use the name also here. So the name of this column will be the same as the name we are using or fetching here. But if you use something like this, so it would be a little confusing for you. But now let's use this as usual. So the name will be name and the title will be the title. So we'll take the existing name and replace this with the new name, and the existing title and replace this with the new title based on their ID. But of course at the end we should save the data. So after replacing that, we have to save this also. So here again we'll say there's update employee dot, and here we'll call this save function. Now like this, and we are good to go. Now for this also we need the URL, so let's go and create the URL also, and here the URL also will be just like this, create data. So let's bring this down, and here instead of create we will call this update, and everywhere we got create we just replace this with update like that. And also we will call our update data function and not create data. So it seems that we don't have this function, so let's go inside our views. Now yes, we forgot to update the name here, so it should be update data and not create data. So let's save this, and after this if we go to URLs and type this again, it will be yellow color, which means the data is existing here. So update data, and also here instead of this create data we will call this update data. Now let's save this. So I'll say I want to update this John Doe, so here instead of John Doe it should be an E. Let's update this, and we get some error because Django haven't find the ID which it needs to update the data. So let's go to our form, so update page, and here we need to pass the ID of that data which we want to update. So just like employee.name, we will be using the employee ID. So behind this update data, so here I'll say employee.id. Let's save this, and let's go back to browser. We'll go back here, let's refresh everything, and again I'll say update this. Now I'll say John Doe and update. So now as you see we got another error, and again it doesn't got the ID here, so it doesn't find any kind of URL. So I'm leaving these errors because I want you to learn everything and understand everything. So now let's take care of this. Now for this I'll go back to vscode, and here inside our URLs, as you see, we got this update and update data, but of course here we need also this ID, because without the help of this ID we can't update any data. So here we need this one here, so we pass an integer ID, and now the Django will find everything for us. So let's go back, and I'll go back to main page and refresh it here, and after this I'll say update, and not John but this John Doe, so let's update this, and here instead of W I'll put E and update it, and as you see the data is updated for us. Now we are able to create a data and also delete some data from here, and also we can update a data. So John's and update, it's updated for us. So we got a complete CRUD functionality for us. But to update and delete the data using or on basis of its ID is a little difficult for beginners to understand. So let's review everything what happens. Now as we click the update button here, the Django routes us to a URL here, which is employee update and with the ID of that data. If we click here, for example, now you can see we got the ID of 2. So how Django creates this URL for us? Now for this, if we go back to vscode inside our index.html, as we click on this update, it will just route us to this particular URL in which we have said update / the ID of the data, which we are fetching here inside our for loop. So like the name and the title, of course we can use the ID here. So as we click on this, it will route us to this update and also the ID here. And after that, Django, on the basis of this URL, it searches this URL inside our urls.py. So here inside urls.py, it searches for a match for this URL. And as you see, this update is matching this URL because we got this update name, and after that we got the ID. So now as Django get this match, then it triggers that view or that function which we have passed here. Now it goes inside our views.py, and inside this it searches for this update. Now inside this Django function we got a request and ID. So Django can basically read this URL here. So it can read which ID is passed inside our URL. So it will take the ID here and put this value to this ID inside our parameter. So now this ID is the number of 2. So after that, so it searches for the data with this ID of 2. So now this ID here is basically the number of 2. Now if the ID here would be 5, so this one would be also 5. So we got the data of this ID of 5. Now after that, we return this HTML page to the user, and inside this context we save our data. So this data, so this employee data will be saved inside this context. So we are using this update employee, and with this name then we fetch the data inside our form. So let's remove this from here, and it will be ID. So now the user will be redirected to our template, which is this update page, and here then with the help of this employee we get the ID of the user and we get the name and the title of that user. So after that, here now we can make some changes. So I'll say here, for example, John down, and as I click to this update, then what Django does. So now Django triggers this action URL here. So if we go back inside our URLs, as you see, we got this update data with an ID. So it is just the same way of our form here. So update data and employee ID. So it goes here, update data and update ID. So it finds a match ID here. Of course, it's using the same link. So the ID was 2 here, for example. Now it finds this ID. So it passes the ID here and says, okay, I got an ID and also a matching route here. So I'll trigger this function here. Now it goes back to views, and here it triggers this function of update data. And again, here we got the request. So Django reads this URL, and inside this we got this ID. Again, on the basis of this ID, we search for the data, and after that we'll say, now take the request post name and also the request post title, and replace them with the data which you have found on the basis of this ID. So the Django will find this, replace everything, and after this we say then save yourself. So this will save that. So that way Django find everything and we get the data updated. The same way everything happens on this delete also. So if someone click on the delete button of post 2, for example, it brings this post 2 here inside the ID. It search this here inside this employee table, and after this it will just delete this. If it doesn't find this one, it will say some error. For example, if we go back inside the browser, and let me just update this one here, and let's pass a wrong parameter here. So we'll say an ID of 7. Now as you see, the ID doesn't exist. So it says does not exist at employee update 7. So which means if Django doesn't find an ID, it spit out an error. But as you see in this error also, there are a lots of information about our website. So it informs you that this ID doesn't exist, but it spit out a lots of information also here. For example, there's HTTP cookies, our CSRF token, and everything which we don't want to show our users, because users doesn't have to know about this. So if an hacker got this information, so for them it will be very easy to hack your website, and that's what you don't want. So for this, always remember in production, go to your vscode and site settings, just put this debug to false. Now as we get this false, and I'll save it here, and as you see, the website is no more available. And the reason is, so if we go back to vscode, you can see Django says you must set settings allowed host if debug is false. So you must give an host here if you put the debug to false. So let's give an host here. So we'll give our local host here. So .0.0.1, and I'll save it. And after that, if we run the server, and here if we click, you get the server error 500, which is does not exist. And this way the users will never get all those information which are just private to you. But for now, as we want to know what's happening inside our website, so during development we put this debug to true. And also we don't need this host here, so we allow everything, so we don't get any error here. So let's save this one also, and here let us close all these tabs from here because we won't be needing them anymore. So like this, and also this terminal, I'll make it smaller so we can see all the code here. So now we got everything to do with these templates here. Now first of all, we go to index.html, and here you can see we got some Django tags. But before working on Django tags and understanding them, first of all go to your VS Code extensions, and from here type Django. And after this, you have to install this beautiful Django extension. Now install this one, and after installing that, go back to your files, and if you go to index.html again, you can see everything is colored for us. And also if we type any Django extension or Django tag, here you will see everything is done for us. So I don't need to type this %sign twice, so it will just type this for me. So this can make our job very easy. With that being said, let's understand what Django templates are and how it's working. Now here, first of all, if you see something like this, so a curly braces and percentage inside this, so this is what we called Django tags. And inside these tags, then we can write our logic. For example, the for loop here, or you can write the if else, and any logic you want to write inside your Django template, you would be using these curly braces with this percentage sign here. And also anything you start, you will end this also. For example, if, then you must end this out like this. So you'll say end if. So for, we have ended this also. You see, it is end for. So now let's get rid of this and try to understand what's going on here. So the first logic for this website is this for loop. So this for is just like for each in other programming languages. So here normally you would type for each. So for each my employee, so here will be for each, not for React. So for each employee as X. So this code here is just the same like this one here, for X and my employees. So that's the same way you are using for each inside Django. And then you can use, for example, x.item or x.name and x.title, just as we did for this for. So this x is the name you want to define. So it is not something you have to do or type all the time x. So you could use here instead of this x just employee. So for each employee as employee. So we can use this employee now instead of this x here. So employee.name, employee.title, and also we need this id here. So employee.id, and also here I think in delete, yeah, we need this employee id, and then just we save this. As you see, everything is working as it is. So all the time you are fetching some data to show your users, you would be using this Django tag, and inside this you can use for loop. And here for, and you define a name, and then you say in my employees, which is your model. So inside your model or inside your table, it will search until the data exists. So if the data exists, it will spit out all this column here over and over again. Now for this for, we have some more functionalities also. Now as you see, the Jane Doe is the last person and John is the first person. So let's reverse this order. So we will show all the last items to first and the first items to the last. So let's see how to do this. Now here inside this for, we will put here reversed. So reversed, and then save this. And if we go back to browser, and as we refresh this, you can see the order is changed. Now the John is the last person and the Jane is the first person. The same way for these other two users. So now we can also prove this. So we can also see the counter of the for here. For example, if I go here, and now here with this title, I'll put here just some ID here, for example, or just we use the tag here. So we need another tag. Now this way you define the variable for your logics or all variables inside your Django template. So here this might to be a variable. Now if you have any kind of variable, you need to use the curly braces 2 times. So it will be curly braces and again curly braces, and inside this you can define your variable also. So now here I'll be using something for loop. So it is called for loop, and then dot, I'll say counter. So it will count all the for loop for us. So let's save this, and if we go back and refresh this, so now as you see, the Jane is our first one. But in reality, this is the last employee of this table. So let's remove this reserved from our code from here, and you'll see the real result. So if we'll go back and if we refresh this, you can see John, the manager, is the first one, and Jane Doe is the last one and not the first one here. So this way you can use the numbers of this for loop if you need to for something. And for this for loop, we got a lots of things. For example, it's starting now for 0. So we can define something for this for loop here, for example, and I'll say here counter, it should start from 0. If we refresh this, you can see 0, 1, 2, 3. And there are a lots of these for loops which you can use for your Django. Now you may think, where should I know these that they exist? So for this, we got something, and this is Django documentation. So in browser, type Django and go to Django project, and from here click the documentation. Now you can search for everything. So here I'll say tags, and inside tags you see we got this templates tags, and I'll go inside the templates. Now you can see everything related to template is here for us. So we can use it as we want. So my first, you can see how you define a variable here, and also the other tags. For example, this CSRF token which we have used for our form, and we'll be using cycle and F also. So for now ignore them, but you can find everything you need inside this Django documentation. To learn Django, please remember that you have to make the Django documentation your friend, because you can find everything you want inside the Django documentation. And you will also get a good description of everything, and after that you won't be needing to watch the videos over and over again, or write something or copy anything. So you will learn everything from this documentation. Now with that being said, let's go back. Now here we can use the if else also. So I'll use the Django tag here, so like this, and inside this I'll say if. Now what should it do? Now I'll say if employee. Now inside this employee dot title, now I say if the title of this employee is equal to manager, so equal to manager, then it should show some data for me. Now here, let's remove this from here and use this inside this p tag. So here, if the employee.title is equal to manager, then the background color of this p tag should be something like bg warning. So it's a class from Bootstrap, and it will give us an orange color. After this, of course, you have to end your f. So you'll type your f here again, and this Django tag, and here you will say end f. Now it ends our f. Now after that, you can use this p tag again. So let's use this here and paste it here for others text. Now here I'll remove this background color, or the other employees who are not manager, they will get no color here. So let's save this, and inside our website, now if we refresh this, as you see, the titles of this manager is getting this orange color. But now there's a problem also. We are getting this manager 2 times. Now the reason is here we have put this manager again here below this end f. Now instead of this, we will use the else tag here. So here we'll open another Django tag, and here we type else. So if this is true, do this, else it should be something like this. Now if we go back, and here if we refresh, now you see we got everything just once. So everywhere we got the manager, the title of them is orange color. So this way you can use the if else also in Django. You can bring some logic, for example the date, you can use the name, you can use the last name, first name, and everything you want. So now let's understand the comments in Django. Now you may don't like this if, so you would say I want to comment this out because I want everyone to be the same, just like this title, and I don't want to give them a color. But later we may need this code, so that's why I don't delete this code, but instead of that we will comment this. So for this you will start another Django tag, and here again the same way %signs, and here you will type comment. As you see, it's commented out. but you should end the comment also. So we want to end this here and NF. So here I'll say end comment. Otherwise it will comment out everything for you. Now let's indent this also. So let's save this, and if we go back here, you can see this color is gone. But for later on, we got some comment here. So if you want this, we can remove this comment and you can add this logic back again. But for views, you can comment this just by using this hash here. So the hash comment out everything for you. And comments are not just used to comment out some data here. Instead of this, you can write your comment. For example, if you got something special here, so you can type your something special comment. Now commenting is very necessary if you are programming, because later on, after 1 month or 2 months, you will never know what have you done here. Now this code is telling everything, so everyone will understand this. But if you made something special here, so please write the comment about this and also try to describe what's going on. So this way you can work in a team, and also for you yourself it's good to have some comments. With that being said, let's remove this comment here and save it. So now let's understand one more interesting tag of Django. And for this I'll go back to this index, and here we'll be using the cycle tag. So for this, we'll go to our title here, for example this one, and let's remove these also from here, we don't need them. Now here, I'll say for the title, so here also remember you can use the logic inside these HTML tags also, and also inside this class. So for this, you will use the same tag here, and inside this, you will put your %sign, and then you can define your logic here. So now I'll be using the cycle. Now the cycle tag allows you to do different tasks for different iterations. For example, for the first task, so for the first employee, we may need a different CSS class. So we can put this like that. Now it uses the first iteration for the first argument. For example, now the first one here will be, for example, background color. So here I'll say bg warning. So the first one, or the first data inside our for loop, will get this background of warning. Then after this, I'll say the second employee or the second data should take the background of, for example, danger. And then we define like this for the third one, fourth one, sixth one, and so on. So now here also use the background of primary, so I'll say bg primary. So let's now see our result. Now if we go back to the browser, you can see for the first iteration we got the color of orange, for the second the color of this pink or red, and for the third one the color of primary. Now let's use some more classes, because if you get more data and you have defined just 3 colors here, for example, or 3 conditions, then it will get that first condition and use this for the new data also. For example, now let's create an example data. So I'll say example here, and this will be data, and create this. You can see it's also red. Now let's make some changes in VS Code, and here I'll say bg primary, and also I'll use the background color of info. So like this. And save it, and if we go back and refresh this, you can see the fourth color is now sky blue, and also the first one is again the orange. So at the fourth one our condition ends, because we have defined 4 parameters here. So this way you can define any class of CSS which you want for this cycle, so it will be applied to the iteration of your for loop. So now what else we can do with this is that now we have used this cycle directly here, but you can also use this as a variable. So for example, now here I'll put this just above this here, and here you can pass another thing which is as, and we call this background color, so bg color, and then after this you copy this one, and wherever you want to use these colors, you can put this again there. For example, inside this title now, I want to put this background colors. So I'll just give this variable here. Then we can define the background color, which is here. Now let's save this. And if we go back and you refresh this, you can see the colors are applied for the titles and no more for these names. Now as you see, we got the name of all the backgrounds also here. So let's remove them. For this, we have forgot that we have to put one more parameter here, and this is silent. So this way it will be silent, so it will use those classes just inside this variable where we want. So now let's save this, and if we go back to browser and refresh, they are gone and we got all the titles colorful. So now we got a good opportunity because we can use these colors anywhere we want. So if I go here and use this background color, for example, just here and for the name also. So I'll say here and paste it and save. And if you go back to browser, you can see the name is also colorful. So this way you can define cycle. So not necessarily you need some background color here. So you can put some logic also here. Whatever you want, it will use for every iteration of your for loop. So now let's remove them from title because I want just my names to be colorful. So let's remove this and save it. So now that's it for the logics to use inside your templates. If you need more logics or more functionality for your for loop or cycle, you can just visit the documentation of Django, and here you will find everything. If I cover everything here, there are lots of them and it will waste a lot of our time. Because now you know how to use them, so you have to just remember or find out the names of those. So for now, let's go to vscode and start designing our template. So now, if you remember, we have used this update page and also create page. Now for this, if I try to use the Bootstrap classes, for example, for this button, if I want to use a class of Bootstrap, for example, here I'll say class, and the class of this should be btn, and this should be btn primary, like this, primary. Now this is the create page, so let's save this, and if we go back to browser, and here let's create something. Now you see there's no changes inside this button, and we are using the Bootstrap. So why is this like that? And the reason is we are using all these Bootstrap links just inside our first HTML or index.html. Now what we could do is just copy everything from here and paste them here also, so this way it will work. But what if you get 20 or 30 pages here? Would you be copying everything all the time and copy paste and repeating yourself? So this would be a messy, and this would create a problem, because if you had any changes here, for example in head or in meta, then you have to change in every page here. So that's not a good idea. So to solve this problem, we have two ways in Django. Now the first one is the easy one, so let's try this one, and that is the include. So inside my templates, I'll create another file and call this head. So it will be head.html. Now inside this head.html, we will use all the data for our head. So let's cut them from here and paste it inside this head. Now we can save it like that. And then inside this index.html, we have to include this. So we can say here parenthesis, %, and then we type here include. And of course we have to specify what we want to include. So here we want to include the head. So head.html and save it. And after this, if we go back to browser and refresh, as you see, everything is working for us. We have these colors and the Bootstrap CSS. Now if we go back to VS Code, and here if we remove this include, so we remove this head from here and save it, and if we go back and refresh, as you see, all the CSS is gone because they are inside our head. So if I'll paste this here again, then everything will work as desired. So we got everything back. Now this way we can use this head anywhere we want. So now let's use this for this create page. Now here in the head of this, just in the start, I'll paste this include. And if we go back to browser and also refresh this and go to create, as you see, we got a blue button here, which is the primary color of Bootstrap. Now we can change here. So let's go here and say the color of this button should be something like danger, which is a red color. So if we go back and refresh this, as you see, we got this red color. Now this way, we don't need to use all this code from here over and over again. So we type it just once, and then after this, we are good to go. We can paste it anywhere we want. But still, this is not a good idea because this tag we have to use everywhere. Now what if we got some footer here? Then we have to create a footer and also include that here. So this way it will work, but it's still not a good idea. So Django has a better solution for this, and this is the templates inheritance. Now let's see what I mean. So in theory, if we try to understand this, we will create one master page or one main page. So this main page will have our header. So this main page will get our head and also footer. So inside this header and footer, with the help of some more Django tags, we can put then our data. So the data will come from this create page, from update page, and anywhere we want. So let's see everything in practice so that you understand everything better. Now here we will make some changes. So for now, if you don't understand this, please ignore it, but watch what I am doing, and after that I'll explain you again. So for now, we will go to our this learn project, so learn Django inside our base directory. Here I'll create another folder and I'll call this templates. So inside this templates, we'll create another file and call this main.html. So main.html. And also we'll bring our head from here. So let's cut this from here and paste it here inside template folder. So it is here. So now let's take the footer part of our index. So there's data from here. So we'll take everything until this main from here and call this also footer. So we'll put this data here and new file, and I'll call this footer.html, and then I'll put all those footer data here. Now we got one head and also footer. So inside this main.html, we will include those files now. So we learned how to include the data. So here I'll say include, and the include name should be here. So I'll say head.html. Now the head.html is here. So all the data from the head will be here. And then down here, we will use the same thing for footer. So let's just import the footer here or include the footer here. So footer.html. Now let's save this. And now inside this, we will type another tag of Django. And this tag is called block. So we call this block, and this block takes a name. So here we have to specify a name for this. So I'll say main, or we can say content, which is better. So we are spitting out our content here. Now let's end this block also, because in Django, whatever you start, you have to close it. So here I'll say end block content, or you can just say end block and it will work the same way. So now let's save this one. Now this will be our master page. So how to bring all those data from the index, update, and create here. So for this, we have to create another folder inside this templates. So we'll create another folder, but for now it will be a little confusing, but please follow everything and you will understand this. Now the name of this folder should be the same way as your app here. So here I'll say employee and enter. And after this, all these pages, so all these HTML pages, we'll bring them inside this employee folder. So I'll bring everything here. Now this one also. So like this. So now if we go back to browser and refresh everything, now this is not working. And also if we go to our employee, it's also not working because the Django doesn't find where our files are located because we changed the structure or the path of these data here. So for this we'll go back to views and here we will give the path of here, so the app name. So it will be employee, so / index.html. So let's copy this from here and use this also for create page, and then we need this for this update page also. So let's save this, and if we go back, if we refresh this, still we get nothing because it is giving us this problem. It says no template exists at employee. Now let's see what it means. So here now the Django doesn't find any template here, but the template we are getting here, so it is trying to get all those templates. Now let's go inside settings.py, and here we have to make some changes inside this templates tag here. Now here we will say base there, so this will be our base directory. Now base there and / and then we type the name of the folder. So here the name of our folder is templates, so let's give it the templates. Now I'm not talking about the templates inside this app. We are talking about the templates which I have newly created inside our base directory, inside our learn Django directory. So save this, and if we go back and refresh, you can see everything is back here, and also the included data from these templates here. Now we don't want to use the include anymore, so we have one more way to do this. Now I'll go inside this index and remove this include from here. Now instead of include here, we'll use another tag of Django, which is extends. Now you can type this like this, extends, and put the name, but as we installed that Django extension, so you can use like this. So you should type just extends and enter, and Django will create the tag for you. So here please remember that this extends tag should be always on the top, and here now we'll say what should it extends. Now as I said, we'll be using this main page, so here I'll say main.html, so it should extend the main.html. But we are not done yet, as we are using those block here, so this content block, and inside which we want to show our data. So let's see how to bring the data here. Now for this I'll go back here inside this index, and for now I'll just, now to show you the example also, let's go inside browser and refresh. As you see, we doesn't get any data here, and also we can see just this include footer.html, and that's it, and nothing is working for us yet. So here now let's see how to do this. So now I'll say another tag of Django, and again we call those block here. So block, which block was that? That was the name of that was content. So this name should be the same as your main where you want to spit out the data. So we want to spit out the data here. So now inside this index we have to end this also. So block, and all the end here we will say end block content. Save this, and if we go back, you can see we can still see anything because I used this as a string, so it shouldn't be as a string. The name will be just like that. So let's save this, and if we go back and refresh, as you see, we got everything for us available. Now there are some problems with this cycle. We'll take care of this in a minute. For now, just ignore them and use the master page for other pages also. So I'll go to vscode, and here for this create page I'll be using this again. So here I'll say this one, and I'll type just like this, extends, and what should it extend? Then here we'll say main.html, of course, like this, and below that we will say where should it show this block of data. So I'll say here block, and the name of that is content. So inside content block we want to show this. Copy this and paste it here, and here I'll say end block, and remove this content from here, save it. And if you go back to browser, and as you see we got this red button, so it means the CSS is also available for this form also here. So everything is working for us. Now let's see about this problem. Now if we go back to VS Code, inside this HTML we got a small problem because we are using the enter here. So in Django, if you break the tag line, it won't work for you. So it should be just in one straight line here. So if we save this and go back to browser, and if we refresh, as you see we got all those colors back. Now everything is working for us, and we are using one master page. So in future, if we have any changes here, for example inside this head, if we make some changes, for example to remove all these CSS from here, now let's remove this and save it. And if we go back here, the CSS is gone. It doesn't matter in which page we are. Now here we got no red button also. Now if I come back and paste it here and save it and go back, of course everything is back for us and everything is looking good. Now here also the same way. Perfect. Now also you don't need to just use this one content block. You can make as much of these blocks you want. For example, below this content I would like to put something else. For example here some message. So I'll say some message and save this. And after this we will bring this message, for example from create page. So here I'll come after this end block, I'll type another block. So I'll start another block, and here I'll say block, and the block name of messages or message was that. So let's see that, because the name should be same. So it's message, and inside this create, no, inside this update. So here we can say message, and also we need to end the block. So close this here, and inside this anything we type will be available inside this block here. So let's go and do something. Now inside create page, here I'll say, so I'll give it an h1 here. So I'll say hello world from message, like this message, and let's close this one also, so like that. Now save it, and if we go back to browser and if we refresh this, we see nothing here. This is the main page, but inside create page, as you see, we got this hello world from message. So we can use this message anywhere we want. For example, let's remove this from here, and I want to use this time inside my index. So here somewhere, like so here after this end for, I'll paste it here. And if we go back and go inside our employees, now if we refresh this, you see the hello world from message is here. Now let's remove this, it's not looking good here, so like that. But what I mean is you can use as much you want of these blocks, and inside each block you can show some different message, some different content, whatever you want. So as you see, with Django you can make everything very dynamic. Great. Now let's give it a review of everything so you understand everything better. Now here we save this also. Now let's close all these files from here so we have clear everything like this, and everything is gone now. Now we are good to go. So like that. Now let's see what's happening. So to use the templates inheritance, we have to do some steps. The first one is, so inside your main project base directory, so here for example this learn Django, inside this you'll create one folder and call this templates, and inside this templates folder you'll create one master or base or main.html, whatever you call this. So you'll create that HTML file here, and then you can use this as include, but also you can paste the data here. This will look much clearer, so it's all depends to you. We could also use, for example, just copy this from here and put this inside this footer, and also the head we can use all this head, copy this, and I'll put it instead of this head here like this and save it. And this will work the same way because we got our head and also footer. But as you see, it's not clean and we got too much code here. So that's why it's better to use the include. So I'll Ctrl-Z everything, and now we got all the data for us. Now we have included the footer and the header also for our main page. And then inside this main or your master page, you need to use the blog tag of Django. And then you can name it anything you want. And also you can use as many of them you want. Now I named this content. Now after creating everything here, we save this, and then we should take another steps. And then we'll go back to our app which we created. So for us it's employee. Now inside this employee you create another folder which is called again templates. Now here inside this templates you'll create another folder and call this employee. So the name of this should be the same as the name of your app. It can be anything. It can be your app, and you should use your app name here. So after this we will paste all the pages related to this app inside this templates and an employee folder. And after this we can say the Django to extend everything. So as you created those files or your pages for your app, so the first thing will be this extends. So you'll type here extends and also give the name of that master page, main page or base page. For us we call this main.html, which is here. So I'll say extends main.html. So now this file is extending this main.html, and then with the help of this block we say Django to use this piece of content or piece of code and show this inside this block content inside our main or our base.html file. So after that we'll say here end the block. So this code, it can be anything. It can be your message, it can be some logo or your nav or whatever it is. It will be shown inside this end block or this content block here. The same way we'll use for other pages. So the same way we used for this index. So it also extends the main.html, and also inside this block of content it shows our data. And also don't forget inside your learn Django or your main directory here inside settings you have to say the Django where those templates are. Otherwise, nothing will work for you. So for this, inside templates here, you will go here inside theirs or base dir, which is coming from here, and it is basically the path or the location of your main project. So here you have to define the folder name. So the folder name here is just templates, like this here. You can call this anything you want, but the name should be same as here. Normally we use the name of templates, so it's better to use this as templates. And also for the app pages, so here inside our views, we have to use the location of this employee. So we'll say to Django to find, for example, this update page inside this employee folder, which is located here. You don't need to type this templates folder name here, but the app name you should always use. So for all of your pages, you will put employee or your app name with a / before every page. Then the loader.getTemplate will understand where this file is located, then it can use this for your view. Now that is all for inheritance. And I can completely understand you that at start the Django template inheritance is a little bit confusing. But believe me, pause the video and repeat everything. And once you understand the system, you'll love it. It's very easy. It's just a little bit confusing because of this folder structure. But once you understand it and made your boilerplate, it is just easy to do everything. With that being said, now let's understand some more Django tags, and after this we will learn the Django query set. So one more Django tag which I want to show you is the filter. With a filter you can run a whole section of code through a filter. Let me show you what I mean. Now if I go to this index.html and here for example there's description of our site, if you want to make all this capital, so what we could do is here we start a Django tag. Now we know how to create tags, and then inside this we'll type the Django filter or the Django tag name. So it is filter this time. Now I'll give the filter to do something. Now it should show me all the text here as uppercase. So we need to end the filter. Now I'll say here end filter, so like this, filter, and save it. And as we go back to browser and refresh it, you can see our description is completely in uppercase. And the same way we can use the lowercase also. For example, if I go here and type something like home and type everything in uppercase, and then I'll say here make this lower for me. Now let's save it, and if we go back and refresh this, you can see the home is in lowercase. Now you may think, why should I use this home as uppercase? I can just edit it here and I'll say home. But what if you got a paragraph in uppercase? For example, if I copy this home and paste it many times here, what would you do at this time? So let's remove the filter from here for now, save it, and if we go back and refresh, you can see the whole text is in uppercase. Now to do this manually, so if we go here and try to type everything in lowercase, it will take a lots of time. So that's why we got this filter tag here. Now with filter we can do a lots of things. Here we could use the lower, but also with a lots of other filters I'll show you in a moment, which you can use for your text. So it should be end filter like this, and if we go back you can see it is in lowercase. So this way the filter helps us a lot to do the things by ourselves. So it's not just the lowercase. Here we can use a lots of logic also. For example, I want to see the line numbers, how many line numbers I got here. So that's the first line, that's the second line. I may have some more spaces. I want to see them. How to do this? Now here in front of this lower, I'll put a pipe here, and here I'll type line numbers. So you can see you can check for line breaks, line numbers, and these three options are available for you. Now I'll use the line numbers and save it, and if we go back and refresh this, as you can see we got 2 enters here, and after this the second line will be this one, the third line is here, and also we got a fourth line which we can see but we have pressed and enter at that time here. Now this way you can understand how many times the enter is used here, or how many times we got enter. For example, if I put enter here again, and if we go back and refresh this, you can see we got another line number here. Now this way you can check for lots of things here. So for this you just need to use the Django documentation. So in browser, type always Django documentation. Whatever you need you can use from Django project or documentation, and here search for example for filters or filter tag. So this way you can find everything related to what you need, and you don't need to remember everything because this documentation is here. So you can type and search for everything. You see the tag filters here, and also the auto escape, and there are many other tags which are available for you. So I'm not going to cover every tag here because it will take a lot of time, but as you see all the tags are here available. Give it a try yourself, and once you get known to it you will do it yourself. For example, they're all here. So slices here, you can use how to slice some data. You can use, for example, to just randomly run some data from ABCD or from 1 to 3 or your object. And there are many of them here. You can see line breaks, line numbers which we have used. So 1 to 3, it shows which line numbers they are, and many of them are here. So give it a try yourself, do it yourself, and you'll learn a lot. So let's go back and start with our query sets. For this, we'll go back to vscode. Let me remove all these filters from here. We don't need this here. Now save it. And let's understand what the query sets are. So a query set, as I said before, is a collection of data from a database. So it's a list of objects or list of data from your table inside your database. For example, in our database here, we got this table of employee, so which is inside model, and here we got some name and title. Now to fetch these name and title which the user have created or we have created by ourselves, we can fetch them using the query sets. And we have already used some query sets. So if we go back to views, now you can see here this one here, my employees. So this query set is called get query set. With this we get all the data from this employee table or our employee model, and then we use this with its values inside our project. So this way you can fetch all the data from this employee table by using this objects.all.values. So it will return a Python dictionary with the names and values as key and value pairs. So it will have a key, for example, it will be just a Python dictionary, and inside this we'll get a key, for example, this should be key, it can be name or anything you want, and also here we fetch the value of that key. So it will be the value, just like this. So you'll fetch all your data like that. And we did the same thing here inside this context, which we have passed inside our template. Now the context is also a dictionary here, and in this dictionary we have used this key value pairs. So this key can be anything, you can name it whatever you want. We can say here, for example, this is key, and inside our index.html, this page, we can use this key or this name to fetch those data because we are mapping them together like this. Now let's remove it. and remove this one from here. And also with objects.all we can put a lots of other functions here. For example, now we got dot values, which gives us this dictionary, but we can also here put a dot, and as you can see there are many methods which we can use here with this dot all. So you can see there are everything, and our values is also here. Now this way you can see here, you can watch for yourself which of them you can need for your project. Now here I'll use some of them. So first of all, for example, this value list. Now what this value list does, it will give us just a specific column inside our database. For example, I want to just fetch our title and nothing else. And if we save this and if we go back to browser, now here if we refresh, you can see everything is gone, because we are no more fetching all those data which we are returning here in this HTML for loop. And that is, for example, this employee.name, employee.title, and employee.id. So we are not fetching them anymore. We are just fetching the name here. So it will use just this name here for us. Now I'll say here employee.name, so it should give us the name, but inside this we can just type this employee so we can see the result. Now here I'll save it, and if we go back and refresh this, as you can see we got all those titles here. Now let's see why titles, because we have used the name here. So what's going on? No, I have used the title, so let's use this as name. So if refresh this here in browser, you can see we got all those names. So this way you can fetch just a specific data which you want using this values list filter here. Now if you put just .all, and if we save this and if we go back and refresh, you can see it's showing the name as object, because we are fetching every data here as just completely object, and that's why we get this error. Now here instead of this we can say employee.name and save it, and if we refresh, now you can see everything is back here. Now this way it means you can use this dot values, which will show the values inside the shell, but inside the views if you just use dot all, it will also send everything as an object, which you then should use in a for loop, which will help you to get all those data as a key value pairs. Now let's understand another one here. So then we got something called which is filter. Now if I want to filter this objects here inside my database, for example, I want to just check our managers and I don't want to have the value of someone else. It can be used, for example, for a category list inside your project where you want to show just your categories to your users. Now let's see how to do this. Now here instead of this objects.all, we'll use another name which is called just filter. Now here I'll say filter. Now by what should it filter everything for us? Now I'll say where the name is equal to. So the name should be just normal, not in a string. So name should be, or we wanted to use the title. Yeah. So title should be equal to manager. Now give me everything where the title is manager. Now let's save this. And if we go back to browser, refresh it, you can see all those data are gone and we are just fetching the manager here. We can use it for something like CEO. So let's use the CEO, save it, and if we go back and refresh, you can see we got just the CEO here. So this way you can filter everything. And that is nothing but, if you are familiar in SQL, so it will be like select and should be all. So select all from where? From employee table. It will be select employee, and here you can say where the name, or we are using the title here, so the title is equal to CEO. So this way the SQL will give you the same result as this, but as we are using the ORM system here, so we have to type the same thing just like that. So always remember, employee.objects means select all from employee. And then you can use this filter, which means where. And then you can use title is equal to this or that. You can use the same way here. And for example, let me just here give it another filter, and I'll say here, now what we have removed here, we have removed the template, that's why we are getting error. So let's remove just this one. So here I can put a comma and I'll say ID is equal to, and here I'll say maybe 22. I don't know the ID of them, so let's save it, and we should get no data here because I don't know the ID of that particular object here. But this way you can find also through their IDs, so you can filter it with IDs also. Now let's save this, and also we can use the OR here. For example, if the first one is this filter is not true, it should use another filter for us. For example, I'll say here the ID is equal to 2, or in here we should use the pipe. The pipe is used for the logic, so here I'll use the pipe and I'll say pipe, and then again we can write another query set. So here I'll say employee, now it's our table name dot, and here objects, so dot, and again I want to filter. So now what I want to say, and I'll say here the title of this is, for example, manager. So if you don't find this one, but show me this one also, or show both of them. So let's save this, and here we got a typo here, so I said fiddler and it should be just filter, so like this. Save it. Now you can see we got our managers, but we don't have anything from the CEO because I said the ID of this should be 2. But let's remove this from here, save it, and as we go back and refresh, you can see we can see the CEO also here. So this way you can use the filter. Now this filter will be used also for search. For example, if you have a search options here, so someone could type a name here, then you would use also the filter here. And also to use the filters, instead of filters, we got something else also from Django, and let me show you this also. Now this is called queue. Now here we will say from Django we have to import that. So from Django dot database dot models, so django.db.models, you have to import something called just a queue. So here let's remove this. Now this queue is used for the filters also. Now as you see, we have write this employee.objects.filter twice, once here and once here. So that's not a good idea because we are repeating ourselves. Now what if we could join them together and just use this title is equal to manager and title is equal to CEO. For this, I'll just remove not both, but the first one, the second one here. So let's remove this one, and we should be able to use something like this because this would make everything easy for us, and also we are not repeating ourselves. So for this, we'll just type here the queue. Now I'll say inside this parenthesis, I'll say queue, and you have to open a parenthesis and cover the first one, and then you can use the OR, and again here you need to use the parenthesis. So queue. Now I'll cover this also inside queue, and everything should be inside one filter. So it's the filter. You can see the filter tag is started and closed here. And after this, we have used just this queue, and this way we have written our same query but with a little text here. So let's save this, and if we go back, we should see no difference here. As you see, everything is as it should be. Now let's see how the queue works in SQL. For example, here we could say in SQL, so select all. Now it should select everything for me from where. Now from employee. Now it's our folder where. Now we can say where the name or the title is equal to, now the first one was CEO, so I'll say CEO, and here we are using the or. The name or the title should be this, so for us it's manager. So it should select everything for us where the title is CEO or the title is equal to manager. And the same thing we are doing just here. Great. Now let's remove this from here. And in Django, you can use the where and like of SQL. So the name like this, and or where the name or the title is that. So you can use also the field lookups. So let's remove this from here and do this in another way of field lookups. Now here we can say where the title, now here the title, our column, then we give double underscore here. So don't forget, every lookup should start with this double underscore. Now here we can use our lookups. So first of all, I'll say starts with something like M. So let's give it is equal to M. Now any title which starts with M, it should show us. Let's save it and go back to browser, refresh it. You can see we got the manager here. Now if we use the same way for our CEO, so we should type just C here. C, and it will search for every title which starts with C. Now you can see we got the CEO. Now this way we can use lots of filters with lookups. So this way we can define lots of starts with or ends with, and there are a lot of them. For example, contains, and it's exact, in or greater than, less than. There are lots of them which we saw inside the filters inside the Django documentation, so you can use all of them here also. For example, here I'll say exact, so it should be exactly as what we type here. So it will be exact CEO. Now if I go back and refresh, it will give us the result. But if I go here and remove this O and it is CE, it's gone. So which means it just searched for something exactly like that. And for example, also we can use something called ends with. So instead of this exact, so I'll say here ends with. So ends and should be with. So ends with what? So I'll say here just O, like this. Save it, and if we go back and refresh this, we don't get anything because we got some error here. So I have put here a 0 instead of just O. So let's use it again and refresh. As you see, we got this O at the end. That's why we get this result. Now if we use this instead of this O, just R here and save it. And if we go back here and refresh this, you can see we got all the managers here. And also there are lots of them. For example, you can use the range, you can use the second, the time, the weekday, and also there's a minute if you're working with date, or you can use the day of, or it contains. For example, let's use this contains also because it's also very interesting. So let's go ahead and here I'll say contains. So what should it contains? Now here I'll say if it contains this A, for example. So let's save it, and if we go back and refresh, you can see we got this data also because this A is inside the manager and also inside the A here. So this way there are lots of lookups you can use. For this, please go ahead inside the Django documentations and search for everything what you can use and you can make with this lookup. And later on in next project, I'll show you how to use Django REST framework, and there I'll show you also how to use the custom lookups. So for now, if I cover everything, it will be overwhelming and it can be confusing for beginners. So that's why we'll just ignore this for now. But there's also a way to write custom lookup. So for now, let's understand another query set, which is order. So you'll say employee.objects dot, and here you'll use the all, because first of all, we fetch all the data from our table. And then I'll say order. So as you see, we are getting everything. So order by, and here you can define order by what. So here I'll say order by name. So it will order everything by name for us. Now let's save it. And if we go back here and refresh it, you can see everything is ordered by its name here. You can use the same way for title also, so it will order everything by title. Now it is ascending order. So how to make this descending? So for this, you'll go here and put a minus here. So minus before your field and then save it. And after this, if you go back and refresh this, you can see everything is backward. So it was starting from data, now it's starting from manager. Now let's see again, so you understand this. I just removed this minus from here now. Let's save it. And if we go back and refresh, as you see, the data is here and the manager is at the last. So this way it works for ordering the data. This is also what we can need if we want to make an option inside our website where the user can click inside something to order everything by its data, or for its date and time, for name, or whatever you give them the optionality there. So this is also nothing else but just like SQL. So here I'll say select all. Now here all, and you'll say from employee. So what should it do? I'll say here order, and then we'll say by, order by what, and we have used the name here. And we can use ask for ascending or desk for descending. Now it is ascending, so ask, because we don't have any minus here. So if you put a minus here, it will be descending, so it will be desk. Now I'm typing this because lots of you have already used MySQL or SQL to fetch the data, so this way you will understand better. But if you haven't used any kind of MySQL yet, you can just ignore it, it's not important. Now let's remove this and save it. And I think that's it for query sets. So this way you can fetch the data, you can filter the data, you can use the data by its name, you can order them, and however you want, you can use them inside your templates. Now let's go and start using the Django admin, and we'll create a blog by using whatever we have done until yet, and we'll convert everything to a blog. And we'll learn how to use the Django admin also, which will give us a great Django interface. Now let's go ahead and start it. So let's go ahead and start configuring our Django admin interface. For this, first of all, we need to go to our terminal here, and here we have to type Python 3. In Windows, you can just type Python. Now manage.py, and here we will say create super user. So first of all, you have to create a super user, which means this will be the owner or the administrator of your admin interface. Now press enter, and first of all, it will start asking some questions. So if you press enter for the first one, it will use your actual user. For me, it's coding straight, and it can be your username. So it will use your username as administrator. But here I'll type just administrator. So like this, and then it will ask if you want to put an email address. I don't want anyone, so I'll leave this just blank, and then you have to create the password. Now here I'll say password 123, and again password 123. Of course, in production, please don't ever use such a passwords. Use a very strong password for Django admin panel. Now here I'll press enter. Now as you see, Django says this password is too common, so it's warning me. Do you want to use this anyway? I'll say yes because we don't want to use any kind of a strong password because we are using just for development purpose. Now as you see this warning, this is also coming from your settings.py. As at the start I said there's a dictionary here in which it has defined everything for validation of your password. So that's why you get this warning also. Now with that being said, now let's clear here. Now to access the Django admin, we have to just go to browser, and here instead of this employee or your app name, just type admin. And after this, you can see a beautiful interface is available. Now what was our username? It was administrator. Like that, and then you have to pass the password also. So password 123, enter, and we are logged in. So this is how the Django admin panel looks like. The first two tables are the groups table. You can create a group of people who can work with you inside your blog or any kind of website you're using. Then you can give them the permissions, which is really great. So you can say what other users of a particular group can. For example, I may have some authors here. So I'll say author, and for this group, I'll say user can add user. So it will be here. And they should be able to, for example, and also we can say here they can add employee, and then you can save it. After saving that, you will have a group here, and this group name will be author. So you can of course edit it anytime you want, or just remove all the permissions here, whatever you want. And then we got the users table. So here we got just one user, which is administrator, which we have created now. And this user, you can also click on it and change first name, last name, is it active, is it staff, is it super user or not, and add some more permissions for this. And if you want to add this user of administrator to this group of author, and whatever you want, you can do anything you want here. It's just self-explaining, so you can use the permission for your users. But for us, it's important to bring our model or our table here and also create, delete, and update that table. So for this, we'll go back to vscode, and here inside our app, we'll search for admin. Now as you see in this file, we got nothing here, but it says register your models here. And it has imported the admin also from django.contrib. So the admin is available, we can just register ourselves. So for this, first of all, we have to import from dot, and here I'll say models, import for me the employee model. So like this. And then after this, we'll just here say admin. So I'm using this admin now. Dot. What we want from admin, it should choose the site, and from there it should register our model inside that. So what's the model name? It's employee. So I'll just use the employee here, and it is registered now. Let's save it. And if we go back to browser and refresh here, you can see our employee models is here. Now inside this employee models, we got some data here. But first of all, you can see it says employee object 28, 25, and something like that. We can see the name of all those employees we have created. But for now, let's click on one of them and see what's going on here. So as you can see, a beautiful form is available for us. Now we can delete this employee. We can also update it here if we want. And also if we want, we can add a new employee. So just like here. So we'll say new emp, for example. And also we'll give it a title of manager again, and just save it. And if we go back here, you can see new employees here. Of course, we can delete it also. And it's asking if you want to delete this. Yes, I am sure. And now I am here and the user has been deleted. Now as I said, I don't want to see employee object 28 or something like this, but inside this I want to show the name and the title of the employees. For this, we'll go back to VS Code, and here, not inside .admin, but inside our models. And here inside our class of employee, or the model which we want to show as a string there, inside this we write another function and we call this def. Now the function name here will be a string, so stir, and here we will type self, and then here we will return a formatted string. So I'll say return, and of course we need the formatted string from Python, so here I'll say curly braces. Now inside this I'll say self dot one of the fields name from here. You can use both of them or just one of them, so I'll say dot name, but I want the title also, so let's use that also here. Now here I'll say self dot, now it's using the title here. Now let's save this, and if we go back to browser, here we can refresh this. As you can see, we can see the name of those titles or the name of those employees, so we can easily understand which employee we want to edit. For example, this John manager, so we'll go inside this and we can delete this, and also we can update this and save it, and that's it. But also here it's not looking good yet because we just got the name and the title and we just separate them with this comma, but I want to use all those columns here. So let's see how to do this. For this I'll go back to admin side. So here now we need again the admin.py, and then here we'll need to create a class. So I'll say class, and I'll say admin, for example employee admin, so like this, employee and admin, like that. And also inside this class we will be using the admin, so I'll say admin dot admin model, so like that, or it is model admin, yeah, model admin. And again here we need to write something, so I want to return a list display, so you have to type everything exactly like this. So now we'll say is equal to, and here we need this parenthesis. Inside this we can define our fields, so I want to use the name and also the title field. And here of course you can use as many fields as you want, but for now we got just this name and title, so we'll use them here. And also don't forget to register your admin, so any class you create here, to register this also inside this admin.site register. So here you'll put a comma and then paste it, or just write this name from above. So let's save it, and if we go back and refresh this, you can see we got the names, title and name here, and now we can read everything much clearer. So as you see, it is this easy in Django to create an admin panel and use everything. Without wasting any time or typing any kind of code, you'll get this beautiful admin interface, which is really secure also. So that's it for this Django admin. So let's go and start designing our blog. To create the blog, we need to create a new model also. So here we will create another model and call this blog posts. So I'll say class blog posts, and this will be the same way, so models.model, just like that. And here inside this I'll be needing a title, so the titles will be models.charField. Now as you see, when I put this dot, I can see there are many options for me available. You can see it's big auto field, you can see choices, you can see it is date and time field, or whatever field you want, they are already here. If you forgot some, you can just search them here or just read here, then you can find that specific field or data type you want. Now here for this field, I want this should be a char field, which is a string. Now inside this I'll say max length, of course we have to give it the max length, and I'll say this is 255, and also here I'll say the null is false, and also the blank of this should be false, so like this. Now what it makes this field to be required. So the authors must type a title and also a description. And then for our description, I'll say here desk. You can call it anything you want. So desk is a shorter for description. Then I'll say models. Now here, instead of the char field, I'll say it should be a text field, because the char field is 255 character or less than that, but text field can be more than 225 characters. So that's why I'm using here the text field. And also for this, I'll be using the null and the blank as false. So let's copy this from there and also paste it here. Then we need a featured field. Now the featured field is the first block which will appear inside our block, which we want to show always on the top of our cards. We will see this in a second, so you'll understand it. For now, just follow me. So for the features, I'll say here it should be models.boolean field. Now it will be just true or false. And also here I'll say a default for this, and the default of this should be false. So for our example block, I think it's enough to use all these fields, so title, description, featured. But of course you can add more fields, as many you want. So this will be the same thing. You have to just type models and also the data type which you want to use for that particular data. For now, as we made changes inside our models, so of course we need to make a migration. So here I'll say Python 3 manage.py. You can, in Windows, you can just type Python, it will be okay. But in Mac, we need to type Python 3 manage.py. And here I'll say make migrations. Migrations Django will search for changes inside our models, and if it finds it, it will make them ready to be migrated or to push inside our database. So here I'll press enter, and it has created this blog post migration for us. Now we need to say Python 3 manage.py, and this time we are not making any migration, but we are migrating. So we are pushing all these fields inside our database like this. Now let's press enter. As you see, it has sent all these fields and created this folder for us. Now to check this, we can go inside our admin, and here we have to register the new model also. Now here from models.model, so let's copy this one from the top. We will import here this time the blog posts also. So it will go inside our app folder, inside our models file, and here it will search for this blog post, and then it will just import this for us here. Now as we got it here, we can register this also for our admin panel. So I'll say here, now I'll use this blog post and I'll use this for this admin panel. So register this one and save it. And if we go back to browser and refresh it, as you see, we got our blog posts also. Now we can add a blog post. So let's add one. So I'll say here blog 1, and also I'll say description, so desk 1, but later we will add some text here. So for now it is okay, and we can add if it's a featured one or not. So I'll say it's the featured one because it's my first blog. So let's save this, and I'll create one more. So here I'll say blog 2, so it will be blog 2. So here I'll say disk 2, because as we fetch the data, so we can see the difference also. Now this will not be a featured, so let's save this, and we got it. As you see, there are also object here, so let's take care of them also. Now here inside our models, we have to use this string also for them, but for now let's just copy this and paste it here. Now here we don't have the self.name, so let's take this out of here. We'll just use self.title. So we just want to see the title of them. Refresh this, block 2, block 1, and that's it. So now let's fetch all this data inside our block. but for this blog we will use some Bootstrap templates. So here I'll say start Bootstrap, so start Bootstrap. So there we will get some more templates which are free, and we'll use this inside our project also. So we go here, and also inside the templates you can see there's a blog one. Also here are more blogs, so you can use all these themes from here, whichever you want. But for now I'll be using the simple one, which is the blog here, and this is from there. Now you can see live preview, you can see everything, but instead of this I'll say here view source code, so I can just save all the data from here. Now we'll go inside the dist, and here index.html, and here are all the source code of this blog for me. Now let's copy this one from here and use it for our project. Now I'll copy it here, and I'll come back to vscode, and here I'll create another HTML file. So inside this employees folder I'll create a file, and I'll call this blog.html. so like this, blog.html, and here we will paste all those data, but of course we are not using everything here. For blog we will just need some specific part of this, but for now let's use this doc type, so let's use everything from here, and I'll cut it. Now until this navigation I'll bring this here also inside head. So inside our head we'll be needing new data. Now let's paste it here. As you see, we got almost the same thing, so we don't need to make any changes because we are getting everything from our head already. So I'll just remove this HTML from here because it should start an HTML and also end this and footer. So like this, and I'll be needing the body also here. So I'll put the head and the body here and just remove everything else. Then inside our footer, so we'll create our new footer, so from blog post, and from here I'll bring this HTML and this footer from here. Now let's cut it from here, and I'll paste it inside my footer.html. Now let's remove everything from here and save it. Now it is there, we got everything. Now we should take care of our main. Now inside main we are using this content, so if someone goes inside the blog, it should also put all this data of blog here. So for this we have to extend this. Now before extending that, I want to show this navbar inside our every page. So for this I'll create another file. Let's just remove this from here, and I'll be using inside this templates. So here I'll create another file and call this navbar, so navbar.js, and just paste it here. Oh, it's JS, I should be using HTML, so it is .html, and let's save it. And after this I'll include this navbar also inside my main.js. So after head it should include the navbar for me. So let's copy this one from here, and here I'll say navbar.html like this and save it. And then, so for this blog we need this header also because we want to just welcome everyone to our website. So here I'll say welcome to Coding Straight, for example, so something like that, and I'll let everything just as it is. And also for our container we need the container, and then we need the row, and here the first one is a column of large screen 8, which is our featured post, so this will be just like that here. And then after this we got a row, and we started a column of 6, and inside this we got all those cards available. Now I'll be using just one card because we will be using for loop on this and show all the data, so we don't need the other blog post here. So let's remove them. And also the second column 6, we don't need this. Just remove everything from here. So it will be just like that. Remove it, and after this I can save it. Then here we got some pagination, so we can leave it like that. Also the search one and also the categories, they can be here. So now let's extend our main file here. So for this we'll go here and start a Django tag and call this extends. Now we'll be using the extends. So here it should extend our main.html. And also, of course, we want to show all these text inside the content. So here we'll be using the content. So it will be a block. So we can just type like this, block. And if we press enter, it will start this for us. So here I'll name the block. The block name was content. And let's end this. Now I'll cut it from here and end it here and save it. Now after this, as usual, we need a route for this, or a URL. So to make the URL or a route in Django, we have learned that we need this views.py here. So inside this, we will create another view just like this index. So let's copy everything from here for our new blog page also. So here we'll call this blog instead of index. So it will be blog, and here instead of this query set we'll create another one. So for now just let's remove this from here and also remove the context, so we don't need this, and also the context from here. Now here instead of this index.html we'll say blog.html because it references this blog.html inside our templates folder. Now let's save this, and also we have to create a URL for this. So we go to URLs, and from here I'll copy the index again and paste it just here. Now for this I'll be saying that this one should be our blog. So blog and slash. And after this I'll call this also the name blog, and also in a minute I'll show you why do we need to define the name for each path or each URL, because it's very useful, and I'll show you why we are using this here. For now let's save everything and go back to browser. Now if we go back to browser, as you see, first of all we got this navbar here, and also we got the footer here because we are using the template inheritance. So inside our vscode we have changed the footer, and also we have included the navbar inside our main.html. So I'll say in every page it should include navbar.html also. That's why we can see this navbar everywhere. With that being said, now let's go and check our blog. So here instead of employee we will type blog, and as you see it gives us a problem. So let's see what's the reason. Now the reason is we are using this blog here, but we are not appending this with this employee. So first of all, normally we have to type employee and then we have to type blog. So this way we will get to our blog page, which we haven't changed yet, which we have to also change here inside this views, the views.blog, because we have created a new function with the name of blog inside our views. So if we go back to our views here, you will see that we got this blog function which returns us this blog.html. And now if we save this and go back to browser, you can see the blog is available for us, which we can use for the purpose of our blog. Now everything is looking good, but still we don't want to append everything by this employee, because if we just remove all from here and enter here, you can see we get another error which is 404 page not found, because as we registered our site, then the Django main or the Django starter page will be disappear. So that's why we need to bring a page for our domain also. So that's why we go to our core URLs now. So not the URL of our app, but inside this core URLs, which is learning Django. Inside this, we have used this name employee. Now to use this for the start page, this employee.urls, then we have to remove all the name from here and save it. And go back to browser. Now here, as you see, it's still our URL. Now if we refresh this, it doesn't find this employee anymore. So let's just remove this employee from here and just type blog. As you see, we got our blog. But if we remove everything, we will see the employee, because the employee is at the moment our index page. So if anyone type nothing but just our domain name, it will return them to this employee side. We can change this also. So if we go back to browser, inside our apps URL now, so here URLs, we can use this blank one for our blog, for example. So here I'll say it should be blank. So the starter page for our domain should be this blog, but the users should type employee. So employee. Now save it. We need a / also here. So save it again. And if we go back to browser and refresh this, you can see we got the blog as our start page. And if someone goes here and type employee, then they will be routed to our employees page. So this way you can change all the routes for your Django. So if you want to use a starter page for anything, so your index file or any other page, you have to just come to your core URLs. So first of all here, now here you have to remove everything from there, and also from your apps URLs you have to leave one of them blank which you want to use on your main page. And that's it, and everything will work for you. Now let's remove this from here and bring this at top because it's our starter page. Now let's take care of this name here. And why do we need this name? So if we go back to browser, now as you see, we have to always type the name of our URLs. But I want to use these buttons here. So if someone click on blog, it should return it here. And if someone click on this employee, so we will create another nav item here and call this employee. So if someone click on that, it should route them to this employee. So let's see how to do this. So let's go back to vscode. Now here we have to go inside our navbar because we want to link everything here. So inside this href, you can use the name of your routes you want. So here instead of this about, we will use our employee. So I'll say employee just like that. And then we have to paste the route for that. What we could do is we could just go inside the browser and copy this one and just go ahead and paste it here. So like that. And if we save this and if we go back to browser and refresh it, you can see the employees here. Now if I go back to my blog, and here anytime I want, I can click on it, it will route me there. But now there's a problem because we are hard coding this link. Now what if later on you will be using your domain name here? So the user will click on this link and it will route them to your local host where they will find nothing. So for this we have another Django tag which we can use here. So let's remove everything from here, and then we'll use our curly braces because we are using the Django tag. Then we know we have to type the %, and inside this we got a tag which is called URL. Now with the help of this URL tag, we can define the name of the URL which we want to return in this button. So for example, here we got this URLs. So inside our app we have URLs, and every URL has its own name. So now we can use these names for us. So for employee, we have also the name of index. So let's change this. I'll say it is employee. And after that, I can use this name inside our URL. Now let's go back to the navbar. And here in front of URL, we will put the name of our URL. So it will be employee. Now let's save this. And if we go back to browser, refresh, and also we have to come back here. So now if I click to this employee, it will route me there. And it will add automatically the domain which we are using right now. So later on, if you change your domain name from localhost to anything else, it will just detect it. Then you don't need to come back and change every URL for every page. For example, if I click on this create now, it won't work anymore because we have hard-coded the link here also. So we don't have this employee and then create, because now we are using just the domain name and also create. Now this way it will work. So let's see how to change everything. Now for this, I'll go back to vscode, and also here for our blog, let's create one also. So I'll just copy this one from here. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now here instead of home, I'll say blog, and also we'll use the name of blog here. So blog, which is coming from our URLs. So its name is blog here. Now we need the same thing for our index. So we'll go inside index.html. As you see, for create, we have already used that same thing which is hard coded, and we don't have this employee anymore. So let's remove this from here. Inside this, we'll put our curly braces and start a Django tag. So here we need URL and then the name of create, and that's it. Now if we go back and go inside our home or employee, and we got this block also here, so it's working. We have to remove this block from here, but for now it's okay. And if we create, so it's working because now we are using the URL. Great. Now let's use this for this delete and update also, because if we try to update something, we can't update anymore because it's also using this static link. So now let's go ahead and copy this and use this also for others. Sometimes I'm very lazy to type anything, so let's copy this one, and I'll be using this for delete and update. So here, instead of this delete, we'll just paste it here. And also, we don't need this curly braces anymore for employee ID. For this, we give another parameter here, and it will be ID equal to, and inside this, then we can use our object.id, which is employee.id here. So like that, I'll cut it from here and paste it just here. We don't need all those curly braces anymore. Now it's also looking very good. Now let's copy this one and use this for the update also, but before this, let's remove the name. It should be delete and not create. And here for update, we'll do the same thing, but the name will be update. And then we save it. Now here also we have to make some changes inside our views, because inside our views, as you see, we are using this index name. So if someone created the data, it should be reversed to this index, which is the name here. Now inside our URLs, we don't have any index anymore. So we got this employee instead of index. So let's use this name also inside views here. Now let's remove this index and also index from here, and also this index from here. Now let's save it. And if we go back to browser and refresh from here, and after this, we'll try to delete this test user, for example. As you see, it's working as we want. We can update this from John down to John Doe back. So it will be John Doe and update it. And as you see, everything is working as we want. And now we don't need to change any kind of links and also take care of all those links here. Perfect. So now let's take care of our blog. Now inside this blog we want to fetch our all posts here. So for this we need to go to our views, and here inside our blog function we have to use a query set. Now we know how to use a query set, the blogs model from your models. So after employee I'll say here blog posts. So it will go ahead inside our models and it will import this table or this model for us. Now inside this views, let's save it, and here inside the blog function or any function you want to use, you come here and we write a query set. So I'll say here posts. Now the posts will take all our blog, so I'll say blog posts dot objects dot all. So everything from our blog post table should be inside this variable, and again here we need to write the context dictionary. So I'll say context is equal to, and inside this dictionary we need the key value pairs. So here I'll say posts again, and it should be a string. So posts, and then it should map itself with our posts variable from here. So now let's pass the context inside our blog.html. So for this we have to put this context inside our template.render here. So and I'll also use the request here, so if we need we can use that also. And now let's go back to blog.html and fetch those data here, because now the data is available for us inside this template. So I want to use everything inside one card, which is blog posts. So I don't know which is here, so it is featured one. Now I'm not using the featured one at the moment, so let's go ahead and use this blog post from here. So for this I'll use here the curly braces because we need our Django tag, and I'll type inside this for, and here I'll call this post in posts. I think we have named this posts, and we have to end this also. So at the end of the card here I'll say end for. So let's end it, end for, and now with the help of posts we will get our data here. So this post title should be our post. Now I'll say here it should be post, not employee, post dot title, like this, and we got the description. So here will be our description. So let's remove this from here, and here I'll say post dot description, post dot desk. I think, yeah, the name was desk, like this. Let's save this, and if we go back to browser, and from here let's go inside our blog, and as you see we got our blog posts here. Now it's looking great. We got our blog 1 and blog 2, and also description 2, description 1. So everything is working. So now let's take care of this featured post here. So for this I'll go back to vscode, and here inside our views we need to run another query set. So here I'll be using the featured post, so I'll say featured post, like this, and this should be equal to again blogs.post.objects. So let's copy this from here, but here we will use our filter, so as we did before. Now here I'll say featured should be true, so I'll say the featured here. Now featured is true, like this. Now if the featured is true, it will give this for us as featured post. So let's copy this one, and also we have to use this inside this context. So again here I'll say featured post, and also it should map itself with this featured post. Now the featured post is also available for us, so we can use it. Now let's go inside blog. So here we have to type a for loop also. So I'll type just for, and here we need to fetch all data as featured. So I'll say as featured, and we call this one inside our views. It is featured post. So let's copy this one and paste it here. And of course we need to remove this end from here and paste it at the end of this card here. So end for, and now we can fetch our data here. So let's use for title. So I'll be using the featured one. So here I'll say featured dot title, and then let's copy this one and use this for description also. Now like this, remove everything, and here I'll say it should be desk. So like that, and save it. And if we go back now inside our blog, here we should see the data for us. Now as you see, it's blog 1 and description 1. Now if we go back to our admin here and change the data, so let's go inside blog post, and the blog 1 was featured. So let's remove this from here and use the blog 2 as featured, or let's create one for this featured. So I'll say here inside blog post add one, and I'll say this is featured like this, and also we'll say featured description. So like that, featured description here, description, and we use this featured tag, otherwise we can't see anything. So let's save this, and if we go back now, let's go inside this blog here like this, not admin, but I need blog here. As you see, this is featured and featured description, and these posts are also here. And also we can see our featured here because we don't want to remove this from our post, but we want to show this always on the top also. You can use an if else, for example, says if featured, then don't show me. If it is not featured, then show everything. You can use such a logic inside your for loop. So here, now it will be your homework. If you couldn't do it, then just comment below and I'll show you how to do this. But it's very easy. You have to write one if else statement here, and that's it. Great. Now we are fetching our data also, and we are creating everything. So before going further and working with these images here, we have to take care of our UI, because as you see, we got all these cards as a column. We don't want to show them vertically, I want to show them horizontally. So this way it will look better. And also our widgets are down here. They should be just on the top, so they should be also in a row here. So let's see what's the problem. For this we'll go back to vscode. And here, first of all, we need to take care of our cards inside this for loop. Now here we are repeating this div, but we are using just this column of logic screen of 6. And that's why they are not showing itself in a row, because we are using just one column. So let's copy this from here, or cut it from here, and paste them inside our loop. So now it will repeat also this column large for each and every card also. So now let's the ending also here, I'll cut it and paste it here. Save it, and if we go back and refresh this here, now as you see, our cards are looking the way we want. Then we got our widgets, so let's see what's going on here. Now for the widgets, we got one row here, but we are not ending this. So let's end it. So we have to close this element, and after this, everything should work for us. So let's save it. And if we go back and refresh, as you see, everything works the way we want. So we got our search here, we got our categories and our site widgets. Now it is looking much better. So now let's take care of the images here. So to use the images inside Django, we need to install something. Now the first thing here will come inside our terminal. So let's make it a little larger so you can see. So here I'll type Python 3 manage.py like this, pip install, and what we want to install, or we can just type pip install. Why I'm using Python 3. So pip install, and here we need to install the pillow. So pillow is a package which will allow us to upload the images inside Django. So let's enter, and it's saying it hasn't found the pip for us. Now the reason is because we are not inside our virtual environment. So I'll say source and then learn Django. So learn Django, and here we say bin and then activate like this. Now we are inside our learn Django environment, so we have access to pip. So pip install pillow, and as you see it has installed the pillow successfully for us. Now let's clear this and make this smaller again because we don't need this anymore. And then for our images we have to go inside our models and create another field. Now we don't save any kind of image inside our database. So instead of this we save the URL for that image. So this way the Django will go ahead and find that URL from a static folder which we create here, and then it will pass everything for our users inside our UI. So let's see everything in action. So here I'll say image, and then here for image we'll say models. Then for this we need an image field. And now for this image field also we need some parameters. So here I'll say inside this, now upload to, so upload, and it should be upload underscore to, and where. Now we give the folder name where should save this. I'll say images. Now we don't have this folder yet, but as we save one image, the Django will automatically create a folder for us and put this inside our static folder. So that's enough for this image here. Now let's save this. And after this, of course, we need to make our migrations because we have made changes inside our model. Now for this, I'll say Python 3 manage.py, and here I think we got everything. So I'll be using this one, and here I'll say make migrations, so it will search for migrations or search for changes inside our model. So make migrations, and it is asking if I want to give a value for this. So for that, first of all here I'll say the null of this should be true. So null is equal to true like this, and also the blank of this also should be true. So blank is equal to true, because maybe for some posts we don't want to use an image, so this way we can ignore this. Now let's go here and I'll say Ctrl C, so I'll cancel everything and make the migrations back. Now as you see, the field has been added and is ready to migrate. Now let's push this field also inside our database. So now I'll say Python 3 manage.py, and I'll say here migrate. Now the migration is done, so we have a new field which is this image. But we are not done yet because we have to make some changes also inside our settings. So let's go ahead inside settings.py, and here below this static URL we have to give some more options. So here we have to define a URL for our media. So I'll say here media and underscore URL. So media URL of us will be inside a folder which is called media. So it will create this media folder for us, and then we'll say media root. So we define the root of this media file or the location of this. So media root, and this should be equal to, now before Django 3.1 we have used all the time os.path, and then after this .join, so os.path.join, and then we said something like base there, so base there, and after this comma, then we have put the name of this folder here, which is media, so media. But for this you have to go here and also import the OS. So this way Django finds out the location of your project. So wherever your main project is, it will find out and create that media folder here. But in Django 4 we can use this in other way. So we can use the base directory, and after that we put a slash, a forward slash, and after that we can use a subdirectory, which is the pathlib from Django. So this way it's much easier than using the OS. But if you want to use the OS, so you can use this also, it will work the same way. But in this project I'll be using this way because it's new in Django 4. But if you see something like this, if you work for someone, then don't worry about this, because before Django 3.1 we have used this OS also. But for now we can remove everything from here. We can just say base there and also slash, and that's it. And this will work the same way as OS, but that's easy. Now let's save this one, and we are done with our settings. But Django URLs doesn't know for this media URL and media root. So we have to import this also inside our URLs. So for this here we will have to import something. So then we import from django.conf, so .conf. Inside this django.conf we got the settings. So we import the settings, because inside of our settings we have defined this URL and also root. So we have to import them. Then we need the static. So from django.conf.urls and .static we have to import the static like this. Now we are using all this because this way Django will know where the files are located. So here we have to type a plus sign, and then we have to type static. So it should find the static here. Now here we can define the settings. Now what we need from settings? We need the media URL. So we have defined this also inside that. So I'll say media underscore URL like this, and then we have to give them the document root. So document underscore root, and then here it should be is equal to, and then settings. Again from settings what we need, the second was media root, so let's give the media root also here. So media underscore root. So we got our media root and also media URL here. So now we can save this and test out everything. So for that we'll go back to browser, and here we'll type just admin. So inside our admin panel, and here inside blog post, let's try to upload an image. Now let's make a new post here, and I'll call this blog post with image. So like this, with image. Then image post like this, image post description, whatever. Then we don't want this as featured, but as you see we got another field here in which we can upload a data. So let's browse this, and here we can use this watch. So let's use this one here, and I'll just save it. And as you see, it is saved for us. So let's see what happened actually. Now if we go back to vscode inside our files, so let me close this also here, so you can see that as you see we got a new folder. It is called media, and inside this media we got another folder which is images, and inside that images we got our watch. So this way now we can pass this URL to our cards, and Django can show this to our user. So let's see how to do this. Now for this we'll go back to our employee. Inside this we'll need this block.html where we are fetching our data. So here our images doesn't got any URL, so it's a dummy image which is coming from this URL here, but we want to put our URL here. So here I'll say inside this it should fetch something new, so a variable, and here I'll say post because we are fetching all the data as post, so here as post. Now here I'll say post dot, we named that new field or new column is image, and then we got .url. Now Django will append every image with this URL, so this way it will find for the URL of that particular image. Now if we save this like this, we will get an error because we got some more posts which has no image, and the Django will always search for those images, and if it doesn't find, it will give us an error. So let's make some error handling here. Now here I'll start an if else statement. So here I'll say if, now what, if post dot image. So if a post got an image, then run this URL, otherwise do nothing. So I'll just end if, so here and I'll just end everything here. So again end if and save it. Now if we go back to browser and inside our blog, now we don't need this admin and everything here. Now if we refresh this one, and there we go, our image is here. So we have successfully added an image. So let's add some more images for them also. So for this we'll go back to our admin, so admin, and here inside blog post, now this one is without, so let's give it some image. So I'll give it, for example, this colored one. So use this one, save it, and it's updated. Now also for blog 2, so let's give it also here. I'll give this pocket or whatever it is, save it. For 1, again here we need this flash memory, open this, use it, and we are good to go. So now let's go back to our website like this and refresh it. We should see all the images here. It's looking really nice, but for this featured one we have no image yet, and as you can imagine we haven't fetched the data here. So let's do this also. Now let's go here and copy this one from here, and let's go back here inside this featured post, and here we will paste our condition also. So this image is here. Now let's paste this one, and also here we'll remove this image because it's the same thing as the below. So let's remove this, and here instead of this post.image we are fetching this as featured. So let's use the featured.image and featured.image.url. Save it, go back to browser, refresh, voila, we got everything. We got our featured post, we got our other blog post, and everything is looking beautiful. So now let's take care of the details page, because if someone clicked to this, it should return a details page for us. For this we know how to do this, but before that we need from get bootstrap or from start bootstrap, we need another template. So I'll go here, start bootstrap, again templates, blog, and inside this we got this details page. So I'll say view source, and from here we'll be needing this, and inside this index.html. Now the head and etc we don't need, also the navbar we don't need. From here we'll just need the container here inside it up to all the posts here. So comment, yeah, let the comments also come inside this, but up to here we'll copy this. The rest we already have, we don't need them. So let's go back to VS Code, and here we'll create another page and we call this details page .html like this, and we will extend of course our master or main page. So extends, and it should do everything for me. So extends, and here main.html like this, and we'll put all these data inside the content. So I'll be using a block here, so block, and the block name was content, so content. And here you can type content, or if you don't like you can just remove it, it's up to you. Now let's remove this, and I'll paste my code here, paste it, and as you see we got everything done for us, but the div of the container in the row is not closing here. So let's close them also. I'll just copy two of them here and paste them here. Now we are good to go. And now we will create the URL for this details page. Now we know how to create a URL and also the views. So let's start with the views here. Now from here we'll need a view, so it will be just like update. So let's copy this one from update, and I'll paste it below blog here. So like this, and I'll call this also details page. So details and page. Now the reason I'm using the update function from here is that we need here the ID also, because we will return every post according to their ID. So we have to get that also the same way. Now we know how ID is working, so I'm not going to explain this again, but here I'll say details post. So like that, details post, and this should be not employee. Now we need to search inside our blog posts model. So blog posts.object.get, where the ID of that post is equal to the ID we are trying to reach. So we got our data now. Now here we'll use this also inside our context. So it will be posts, just like that. We don't need anything else here, so let's save it. Now it also should return a details page, not the update page. So let's use this also here. So I'll just remove this update, and I'll say here details.html. So details page.html, which is coming from here. So here details page.html. Now let's save this, and of course when we create a view we have to create a URL for this. So let's go inside our URLs, and here let's copy one of them and use this for details page. But before this I'll just remove these spaces here, it's not looking good. Now let's use this one with ID because we need an ID. So I'll use the update. So copy this one and I'll paste it below this blog here because it depends also to blog. So here I'll say details, and after details it should take an ID like this. Now let's copy this one, and the name of this URL should be also details. So views dot, here we need details page. So like this, because it will go inside our views, and here it will search for this details page function where we will return our post according to their ID like this. Now let's save this one, and we are actually good to go. But now we can't see anything because inside our details page we have to fetch all those data also. Now as all the data is available for us here we need to just use a variable. So inside this I'll say details, or it was post I think. So post dot title, for example. Now for the rest we will be doing this. For now I'll just save it like that to see the result. Now if we go back to browser, now here if we click, nothing happens, and also in these details because we have no link for them. So let's take care of the links here, so that we click on them, it should return the details page of that particular post for us. So let's go ahead, and here inside of our blog.html we got our for loop. So inside both of for loops we need to pass this URL. So URL of read more. So inside this we know how to use a URL tag like this, and we'll use the %sign, and here we'll pass the URL and we'll name it. So the name of this URL was details. So details, and also we have to pass the ID here. So here I'll say the ID, and then we'll need this featured. So featured from here, featured.id or featured.id, yeah, and it should be fine. Now let's copy this one and use this for other posts also. So I'll go down here and use this for this href here. So let's just copy it from here and paste it here. Now let's give some space. Now here instead of this featured we'll be using the post, because we are using the post here inside our for loop. So I'll paste it here and save it. And if we go back and if we refresh this, as you see, as we hover on this, in bottom you can see that we get details and also the number of the ID tree, which means if we click on this button it will get us to that URL. So let's click on it, and there we go. We got this is featured, so because it is the featured one. Now let's use this one, click on it, and there we go. We got everything about this blog 1 post. Now let's take care of the images and the description. So for this we'll go back here inside our details page. Now here we can use a lots of other things here also, but we are not using them. So first of all let's take care of this image here. So I got this image here. Now we need to use the if statement here also. So let's go ahead and copy this from blog, because I don't want to type everything again. So here copy this one and use it here. So paste it here, and of course we need to end our f. So I'll type here end f. Now don't worry, it's nothing else, it's just an f. So it says if post.image, so if this post got an image, then show me this URL, otherwise do nothing. So that's all what this if does here. And then inside the source we'll be using our own source of image. So here I'll be using again the URL or the variable. So inside this we will pass something like posts.image.url. So it will return the URL of every image for us. So like this, if we save this and if we go back, click on it, as you see we got the picture of it also here. Now again we can use this one, so click on it, the picture is here and the details also. So this way it's working. Now we are not fetching the details here, so let's do this also. But I'll be using just this first one here because we don't have such a text, so you can remove all those and put out just your own details here. So here I'll say posts dot details or post.desk. So it will give us the description of our post. So let's save it and refresh it here. Now we can see the desk too. So it's the information we are using. Now what we could do is we could just copy this text from here. Now let's open admin. So here we'll be using admin instead of details. So admin, and here we'll go to our blog posts. I'll use this for this blog 1. So here I'll just paste it and we can save it. And after this, if we go back so to our posts, And here inside the block 1 we should see those details also. As you see, we got also these details here, which is repeating itself because this is hard coded. Now let's remove this one from the post. So here I'll come here and remove every other paragraph instead of our desk here. So remove this, and I'll remove this one also. So we don't have any kind of details here from someone else, but we got our own. Now let's go here and refresh it. As you see, we got our image, we got our details, and also this comment section. Now in this video, I'm not going to cover this commenting. Later on, if you want, let me know in comment below, so I'll create another video on using the comment in users and also login logout system. But give it a try yourself. Try to make a model of comment and fetch some dummy data here from your authors, for example. So this will be your homework. Do it yourself. Then we got, I think, everything done. So if I go to blog, and here if I run for something else, for this watch for example, now we get the details, image, post, desk. So it's the details of it. Of course, if we get more details or more text here, it will look much better. But for now, it's, I think, enough. So guys, I think that's all for this video. And I hope you like everything and learn a lot from me. And also in my channel, you will learn a lot about Django. So don't forget to subscribe my channel and also press the like button. And also if your friends are interested in this, please share this. Thanks for watching, and I wish you best of luck.